Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your prudential goodness have appointed some leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society just come to humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom we've been pleased to call to perform a such important trust in this land. Let your blessings send upon the assembled, and grant that the may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matter that shall come under the deliberation, is so just and full manner to promote your holy and to advance the good of those interests you have committed to your church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. Members, since your ministers have ceased to be around, take over the seat on their behalf. We will not stop the operation of this house because the ministers come at leisure. Honorable members, in yesterday's sitting, I guided that the Prime Minister would present a statement in regard to Karamoja, but because of the nature of the investigation, we do not want to interfere with the committee's investigation. Let the committee finalize its investigation and bring the report to this house. If the committee will need the Prime Minister, then the Prime Minister will go to the committee and present it to the committee. So based on that, we will not have that report. We will now wait for the report from a Committee of Presidential Affairs, which is doing very well. I've been watching them. They are doing a very good job. We'll wait for that report. And then this house will take an appropriate action based on the report. Honorable members, during recess, I received a communication from His Excellency the President, dated 19th January 2023, returning the National Local Content Bill 2022. That is pursuant to Article 91(3) of the Constitution, and in furtherance of rules of procedure, Rule 143(1) of the rules of procedure. I will now read the letter verbatim. The letter is addressed to the Speaker of Parliament. The reference is the National Local Content Bill 2022. The above subject matter refers to: I received the National Local Content Bill for assent. Whereas the bill seeks to address and remedy the shortcomings of the defect in the existing policies, legislations, and guidelines touching on the subject of the local content in Uganda. That includes the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act 2003, that's PPDA, the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act, 2013, the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production, that is the National Content Regulation 2016, Guidelines on Reservation Scheme to Promote Local Content 2018, and Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. That's Bubu policy. There is need to review some clauses to bring them into compliance with the 1995 Constitution, the East African Treaty, and other legislations as listed below, so as to avoid implementation challenges. 1. Section 1C, the application of the Act. It provides that the Act shall apply to the Mining Act, Electricity Act, Uganda Tourism Act, and Investment License Incentives. The above acts already have provisions in the local content. This act should apply to the public sector procurement matters only. B. Section 1G and Section 26 requires governments internal and externally acquired resources to comply with the local content obligations. This is not practical since each development partner has its own policies and guidelines that are negotiated before any project starts. The provision should be reviewed to allow the responsible ministry to negotiate local content in the agreement to the extent of its practicability. C. Section 2 defines the contracting authority to mean a ministry, department of government, or any other body established by government and mandated to carry out public function in public-private partnership. The definition is not adequate. It should be expanded to cover the authority, local government, local authority, statutory body, or agencies. D. Section 3 establishes a local content department under the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. To implement the provisions of the Act, the function of the department include, among others, monitoring and audit compliance with the local content obligation under this Act. Audit and compliance issues should be left out of the Office of the Auditor General, Internal Auditor General, or the regulator PPDA. The department should undertake the monitoring function together with the stakeholders. E. Section 4 gives the preferential treatment to Uganda goods, works, and services. This contradicts the East African Community Protocol on free movement of East African Monetary Union. The section should be amended to read East African goods, works, and services instead of Uganda. F. Section 5.2 provides that where goods locally manufactured in Uganda or company do not meet the required quality or timeline for delivery or completion, the local content entity may, with the written permission of the department, procure the goods or services as directed by the department. The above will lead to inefficiency and effective service delivery. Procurement reforms, decentralized procurement to increase efficiency. Accounting officers should be given a discretion to procure required standards of quality, quantity, time, or completion. The accounting officer shall remain personally responsible for any omission. G, Section 6 provides for reservation of goods or services to be exclusively procured from Uganda. Schedule 2 of the bill lists services to be provided by Ugandans. This is against the spirit of the principle of the East African Common Market Protocol, and specifically the Article 35 that requires the partner states shall not discriminate against suppliers, products, or services originating from other partner states for purpose of achieving the benefits of free competition. This is also against Article 13 of the East African Custom Union Protocol, which requires each of the partner states to remove with immediate effect all the non-tariff barriers to the importation of their respective territories of goods originating from other partner states. This should be amended so that the section reads East African, not Uganda. Honorable Shabe, this is your law. There should be an introduction of a category called national providers comprising exclusively of Ugandans based firms. Schedule 2 should be transferred to regulations and items added after a thorough assessment of the providers that they have the capacity and the quality of the items to satisfy the government of Uganda's needs. H, Section 7.3 provides for preference of goods available on the Ugandan market. In this section, a good is readily available on the Ugandan market where the good is not locally manufactured in Uganda, but it is available on the Ugandan market under Section 6. It should be deleted since it is counterproductive to import substitution against the intent of the objective of the local content that ideally targets local produced goods, services, and utilization of local personnel. Section 9 on reservation of contracts for public works. With the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, and notice in the Gazette reserve certain contracts for public works to be exhaustively granted to Ugandan citizens and companies. The word shall prohibition of subcontracting. The provision is ambiguous and should be revisited. It should be amended to read prohibition of subcontracting by a subcontractor. It should be noted that a firm that has subcontracted remains liable for the subcontracted works or services. This is likely to raise equality assurance issues. Okay. Section or a successor in a title of such a person, a body or entity, parties who are jointly undertaking to execute any activity subject to this act shall be jointly and severally required to comply with obligations arising under this act. M. Section 13F and 25A provide that the department or local content entity may blacklist such a local content entity, a contractor, supplier, or subcontractor, or impose a fine. This is likely to cause a confusion in the procurement process, since the ministry, department of PPDA and the local content entity can blacklist. In the spirit of good performance, of good governance, the function should be left to the regulator, PPDA. N. Section 21 and Section 29 on the procurement, planning, and evaluation of the local content in bids. The content under these provisions do not match the subtitles, and in the same case, they are confusing. These provisions should be cross-referenced to the PPDA Act and regulations on the procurement, planning, and evaluation. Or Section 22(2) provide for the Department of Local Content, which will have powers, among others, to approve all the contracts from procurement and disposal entities, PDEs, in the country. The provision is in conflict with Article 119 of the Constitution that mandates the Attorney General to give his opinion or advice in respect of the contracts, agreements, treaties, conventions, and documents in which the government is a party to. Section 29, that's P, there is need to revisit the offenses. Some of them seem to be too harsh. Section 32(1) on prohibition of importation of regulated goods and services. It provides that a person shall not, while carrying on any activity regulated under this act, import any good, service, agricultural produce, or natural resources that are readily available, produced or manufactured in Uganda. It is not clear who a person being referred to in this bill. In addition, a private sector has a right to import any good or service for business and their own consumption, as long as they follow the existing legal framework. Section 38 on appeal, it provides that the local content entity or contractor, provider, or supplier aggrieved by the decision of the department shall appeal the decision to High Court within 45 days of the decision. The provision should be cross-referenced to the PPDA Act and regulations. A well-elaborated complaint handling the mechanism is provided therein. Supremacy of this act. This provision is on the act taking precedence over all the existing laws relating to the local content in Uganda may not be practical from the legal perspective. Section 40 and 41 on prohibition of imposition of foreign standards and foreign technical qualifications. The mandate of Uganda National Bureau of Standards is to formulate and promote the use of standards in Uganda. The mandate takes into consideration that Uganda National Bureau of Standards does not have the standards for items procured or produced in the country. Therefore, a provision allowing international standards where necessary should be incorporated. In view of the above, I hereby return the bill to Parliament for a review of the sections listed above in accordance to Article 91, 3B of the Constitution of Uganda, and signed by YK Museveni, the President. The bill was returned, and we are recommitting the bill to the Committee of Finance. And next time, committees do a good job. Please put more energy, more effort on these bills. It is not good for a bill to be returned with all these clauses. I even got tired of reading it because it is too much. We need to be very critical when we are looking at these things. And I expect this bill back in the House within 1 week. Remember, the law gives us 14 days. And I don't want to be taken to court again by Honorable Tebaneke. Let's have the bill back in the House. Go and reconsider the bill. The private member is here, and we have the bill. Yes, private member, you have something to say?
Madam Speaker, actually, I rose when you made a comment to the committee. Actually, the committee did a very good job. Among the things that have heard you reading, they included the comments of the first comment that came through. So I really don't think that the committee didn't do a good job.
Actually,
I think the people from that side
Honorable,
also didn't do a good job.
it is actually not the committee alone. It is the drafting people. At times we pass laws here and the drafting people go and mess up everything. Because how come that what was captured is not what is there? Yes, Lord.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, the President was acting within the ambit of the law to return with discontent provisions of the bill. But what should be particularized is that the return in those magnitudes is an indictment of even the office of the first parliamentary council. I'm glad the Land Attorney General is here. The President does not respond to those bills in person, but through the offices that support him. Those same offices did not offer the requisite technical backstopping to the committee and the member. That's why this whole entire elaborate, bill is almost returned. And this should really be an awakening call. But, Honorable Speaker, we need to appeal to government department, support Parliament to work. We are here for legislation, either privately or government bills, we give support. So for the bill to return in those terms, making reference to particular existing laws, the office of the first parliamentary council must have seen this, should have seen this in earnest, and advise the committee and the member to either cross-reference or actually reconsider the provisions. So I would like to appeal to the Land Attorney General to consider that private members' bills are actually people's bills, and as such, offer the necessary support. This is so elaborate for it to simply pass as a member having failed to consider what they wanted to portray. So I believe that this should arouse us to the fact that we need to take care of these bills and to even appeal to government, because private members do propose these laws either because government is sluggish or actually lazy or even tired sometimes to act on some of these small things. So support the private members to help you and help government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lob. Honorable. Honorable, the Land Attorney General, when we pass this bill in the House, you're in the House, You are the one who writes back to the president on what you think should be in the bill. Just like finance wrote back to the president on the pension, finance wrote to the president on pension, and our pension bill was rejected. We thank God it was finally passed. Now, Attorney General, you are always in the House when we are passing bills. How come you don't advise the House? You are the advisor of this government. Why do you leave the House to pass anything? Now, the issues that are being raised are very small things. Why wouldn't you advise?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I must put on record that we are available to the members when you wish to seek assistance from us. No, let me finish. For private members' bills, because the leader of opposition mentioned it, we remain available and we are going to assist in every way possible. On these bills, at times, right?
Council, when the bill comes to the House, it ceases to be a private member. It is for the House. And these members, it's their constitutional right. These members are helping government. They are helping you. There are some things that you can't bring, maybe because you're too busy or whatever. But when they bring a bill in the House, they are helping. They are helping you.
Right Honorable Speaker, maybe to speak to that particular bill, actually many of these things were written to the committee and the record is there.
Can I have the record of what you wrote to the committee?
I will share that
in relation
from my
to
office.
this.
We shared them and said this issue is covered here and there, but we remain available to work with you, and the members whom we have worked with, we've come up with very good bill working with the members of the House. So we're sorry about this, and I am sure we shall do better next time. And when we come to the committees, we shall work together to try and find solution that can help us to get this.
Thank you. Thank you.
But we sincerely apologize, members, for this situation.
Going forward, no bill will come to the floor before harmonization has taken place. No bill will come to the floor, and we want some of these things in writing so that we have something that we can refer to, not just here say that I advise the committee. We will not allow that. And when a bill is going to Muzee, we want a copy of the letter that you've, when the bill is going to the president, but is old. Honorable Attorney General, when the bill is going to the president, we'll want a copy of the letter, a covering letter from you, because we want to avoid that aspect of a bill staying with the president for more than 30 days. We don't want raw material to go to the president. Let it be an exhaustive bill that you've approved as the advisor of government. Honorable members, we have your next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the status of national roads.
Yesterday we stood over this. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, when we were handling the sports bill, I had some confrontations here with my chairperson, where I referred part of our conversation to this House, and it could have affected the presiding officer of this House. I beg that that statement is expunged from the record of Parliament, and I beg to apologize to you, Madam Speaker, for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Apology accepted, and we expunged that out of the Hansard. That's the spirit we want in this House. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of students from the Guild Council of Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala, and they've come to observe the proceedings. You're most welcome. Kindly just welcome, join me in welcoming the members. In the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have officials from Federation of Ugandan Football Association. FUFA, they include Mr. Darius Mogoya, the Vice President, Mr. Ronnie Kalema, Executive Member. You're welcome. Mr. Humphrey Mwandu, welcome. Mr. Sande Moni, welcome. Hassan Kironda, welcome. And Deo Mutabazi. They are here to observe the proceedings and the bill, the sports bill. You're most welcome and join me in welcoming them. Next item. I'll give members time tomorrow for private members, for matters of national importance.
Item 4, statement by Minister on the status of national roads.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. I want again to apologize for yesterday mishap, but we have harmonized with the clerk, and now we have the right statement uploaded on your iPad. I'll straight away go to the introduction. Following the midterm review of the
Honorable members, have you seen the report?
Following the midterm review of the National Development Plan 3 by the National Planning Authority and a cabinet meeting held on the 19th day of December 2022, a proposal to prioritize funds allocated for development of the national roads network was discussed, and cabinet directed that emphasis be placed on the maintenance of the existing paved and critical unpaved national road network, including critical industrial park roads and the district urban and community access roads, commonly known as DUCA. This followed an observation that funding for national roads maintenance has been insufficient over the years, despite the increase in stock of the paved road network. Therefore, the road network gains in upgrading and development of several roads across the country are likely to be lost in the short time, as seen in the increased number of paved roads currently in poor conditions, resulting into huge maintenance backlog if adequate resources are not committed for maintenance. The national road network comprises of 21,120 kilometers in total length, out of which 5,878.5, which is only 28%, is paved standard, and 15,241, which is 72%, is unpaved roads. As at July 2022, the condition of the paved national roads in fair and poor condition stood at 21%. That's 1,235 kilometers, which indicated a decline from 17% in 2021. At the same time, the unpaved national roads were generally fair, with a percentage of the network in poor category standing at 11% as compared to 18% in 2021. Due to the long rainy season experienced in the country since August last year to date, the condition of the national roads continue to deteriorate, and the kilometers of paved and unpaved network in fair and poor condition is likely to increase significantly. This has further been accelerated by delayed maintenance interventions due to budget separations, which we suffered in the financial year 2021-2022, and the inadequate release of budget funds, especially in Q1 of 2022-2023. The sections below provide details of disaggregated commitments on ongoing upgrading and maintenance projects maintenance backlog, and requirements for the next 3 years. Major maintenance interventions. The following terms are used in road development and maintenance, and the explanations as below. Periodic maintenance, what does it mean? Periodic maintenance involves all maintenance works carried out on a road section after intervals of several years. The norm for paved roads being at intervals of 4 to 7 years, depending on the growth in traffic volume and action on environment and weather. The actual frequency of intervention is further determined using the asset management system, which we are developing within UNRA. Typical periodic maintenance works on paved roads include thin bituminous overlays, surface resealing, shoulder repairs, reinstatement, road marking, and reinstatement of road signs. Road rehabilitation. Rehabilitation includes activities that restore the original condition of the road through relatively extensive works like pavement layer, reconstruction, mill and repress, reshaping of the cross-section, reconstruction of shoulders, drainage works, and thick overlays. I gave an example of Kampala Jinja Road, and soon we shall be looking at Kampala Masaka Road. The frequency of intervention depends on the traffic volume and the state of road deterioration. Intervals of rehabilitation interventions are expected to range from 10 to 15 years. However, where available, the frequency is again determined by the asset management system. Road reconstruction. When the road condition deteriorates to a very poor state, exhibiting weak and deteriorated pavement layers with a non-functional drainage system, then it requires full replacement. Reconstruction is undertaken to rebuild the road, pavement, and drainage system. In some instances, improvement of the subgrade strength and geometric realignment may be required. I gave an example of Kampala Matuga, Matuga Kapeka Road, and also Mutukula Chotera Masaka. The frequency of intervention depends on the state of the road deterioration, which often triggers outcry from the road users for intervention. Road upgrade. Road upgrading includes works that improves the level of service of the road to beyond that of its original standard. Activities like road widening, lane addition, geometric improvement, pavement works, and related auxiliary works are executed. I gave the example of Enkunye Apache Road. Ongoing national roads projects. Periodic maintenance. UNRA is currently carrying out periodic maintenance on 2 paved national roads, covering a total of 93 kilometers, with a funding commitment of about 113 billion over the next 2 years. There are a number of tables there, and in table 1, you'll find those roads. I request the honorable members to look at those tables as we refer to them. Rehabilitation projects. There's ongoing rehabilitation of 6 paved national roads, covering a total distance of 531 kilometers, with funding commitment of about 682 billion over a period of the next 3 years. The roads are different progress of implementation as shown in table 2. Further to this, a total of 7 road rehabilitation projects covering a total distance of 324 kilometers was substantially completed in the financial year 2021-2022. These projects have outstanding payments such as retention funds in accordance with the contractual terms amounting to approximately 55 billion. The projects which were done include Namunsi Sulonko Muyembe Kapchora Road, 65 kilometers, phase 1 and 2. Masaka Town Roads, 7.3 kilometers. Nakarama Chirinyimbale, 93, including Uganda, Busembate, Namtumba Town Roads. Fort Portal and Tuhima, 55 kilometers. Chenjojo, Fort Portal, and Hima Katungulu and Kasese Town Roads, and Hima Service Roads. Upgrading projects. Currently, there are 20 ongoing road upgrading projects. These are roads which are being moved from gravel to tarmac. They are being upgraded to paved standards across the country, covering a total of 1,083 kilometers, with a committed funding requirement of approximately 1.8 trillion. The upgrading road projects are at the different levels of implementation, and they are as indicated in Table 3. Further to this, a sum of approximately 243 billion shall be required to close projects that were substantially handed over between the financial year 2021 and 2022. Bridge development projects. Construction of bridges has continued across the national road network, and progress is at different levels. These are the number of bridges are many. They are referred there in table number 4. And currently 14 bridges with a funding requirement of 356 billion are under construction across the country. The bridges that were substantially completed in the financial year 2020-2021 and 21-22 will require at least 17 billion to cover retention monies for the respective services provided after the final project have been handed over. I refer you to 2.2, national roads under procurement. The list up there was showing the bridges which have been done. National roads under procurement, that's 2.2. We have 4 rehabilitation projects covering 323.5 kilometers, and these are in table 5. Externally financed strategic national roads and bridges. That's 2.2.2. A total of 13 projects covering a length of 720.8 kilometers have committed financing from development partners and shall require counterpart funding for land acquisition from government of Uganda. The estimated amount is Uganda shillings 354 billion, required over a period of 3 years to ensure timely acquisition of the right-of-way and utilization of the committed funds for successful project implementation. These details are contained in table 6. Town roads, a total of 3 town roads projects covering a length of 41 kilometers are under procurement and will require an estimated amount of 213 billion for implementation over the next 2 years. And the details are in table 7. National roads under procurement, but without confirmed financing. Many of these are what you have been referring to as directives in the blue letters. Among the national roads prioritized for implementation in the Integrated Transport Infrastructure Services Program, IATS, for the National Development Plan 3 period, a total of 12 covering a length of 964 kilometers are ready in advanced stages of procurement. It is estimated that they will require a funding of 3.7 trillion without the cost of land acquisition. The details of the specific requirements for each road are on table 8. National roads and bridges due for maintenance interventions. Currently, there are 10 paved national roads totaling 436.6 kilometers that have been technically assessed to be in the need of rehabilitation intervention. They require a funding of about 596 billion. The details are in table 9. Paragraph 2.3.2, periodic maintenance. A total of 1,204 kilometers of paved roads have been technically assessed to be in urgent need for periodic maintenance intervention to deter accelerated deterioration to rehabilitation or reconstruction phases, which would require 5 or more times the current cost in the next 3 years. They constitute key links within the national network and require about 1.3 trillion over the next 3 years. These are in table 10. Bridge development 2.3.3. The national road network, which is 72% unpaved, traverses through swamps streams, and rivers across the country. Some sections of the national road network across the country become very deep, slippery and difficult to maneuver, and a few totally get submerged or washed away whenever it rains. We had this very such an occurrence highly occurring in the Elgon and also in individual areas. The national unpaved road network has a total of 297 bridges across river crossings. Some of these bridges are as old as 70 years, while others were installed as temporary crossing to aid movement. Over time, the government of Uganda has been replacing the temporary bridges with permanent structures whose service life is about 50 years. UNRWA identified 21 small bridges across the national unpaved road network for reconstruction and 8 locations where there exists culvert lines that require replacement with new bridges. The proposed 29 bridges will form part of the future paved network when the roads are designed and upgraded to Class 2 paved standards. The selected bridges lie on Class C gravel roads and are generally in areas that have, over time, been affected by heavy rains and prone to flooding whenever the heavy rains set in. The identified bridges are more than 50 years and in very poor conditions, with missing or damaged safety facilities due to inadequate maintenance. These small bridges require a total of about 65 billion over the next 3 years, and the details are in Table 11. Other strategic national roads. A total of 9 projects covering a length of 359 kilometers are under different project preparation stages. Most of these roads were prioritized in Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Services Program for the National Development Plan 3 period and identified for funding under what we had called Alternative Financing Mechanism, or FM, which I think Minister of Finance is finding difficult to accommodate. Some of these roads are under appraisal by development partners, although the funding is not yet confirmed. The details of the specific requirements for each road due for upgrading are shown in Table 12. Paragraph 3, review of the allocation for 23-24. In the next financial year, 23-24, national roads have been allocated a budget of 595 billion for development, rehabilitation, and land acquisition through the Integrated Transport Program. Based on the current contractual commitments, even if the budget for financial year 22-23 is fully released, it is projected that there will be a debt of approximately 300 billion by the end of this financial year, which will be carried forward to the 23-24 budget. This debt takes first priority, it takes first call on the budget, and is therefore included in the required resources for the next financial year. This means no allocation has been made towards works to be executed in 23-24, and neither can any rehabilitation and periodical maintenance projects be commenced unless we are confirmed, unless this situation changes. It should further be noted that the progress of externally financed projects largely depends on the speed of land acquisition to provide right of way for the projects and the availability of counterpart funding in accordance with the projects, in accordance with the financing agreements. Therefore, the remaining amount of about 295 after removing the 300 billion from the 595 will be committed to counterpart funding to realize success on externally financed projects and reduce burden on government paying claims and fines of non-performing loans, which spells doom because we shall not be able to do any new projects unless the situation really changes. National Road Maintenance Strategy, paragraph 4, under normal maintenance of paved roads, it is desirable to undertake preventive maintenance in accordance with the operation and maintenance plan prepared for each road after completion of upgrading work to enable serve their design life. Down are the estimated costs, which these are estimates really. For example, routine maintenance, we estimate that it would require about $2,500 to $5,000 per kilometer. Spot periodic maintenance about 51 to 100,000, blah, 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 and other. It is evident that for every delayed maintenance intervention, the cost at the next intervention level becomes exponential in a short term. It takes about 2 to 3 years for a road to fall from periodic maintenance to rehabilitation level, increasing the cost of intervention 4 to 7 times. My committee, and I want to appreciate the Committee on Infrastructure, has been very, very categorical on the issue of maintenance funds. The outcome indicators of the above intervention ensure the preservation of the investment in the form of maximizing the asset value, where asset value is the cost of the road or bridge in its current condition after factoring in depreciation, whereas replacement value is the cost as though the road or the bridge were new or at 100% condition. As of June 2022, the total asset value of paved roads, our total asset value, is estimated at $5.2 billion, and the replacement value of US dollars, 6.9 billion. This shows that an asset loss of 21%. This shows an asset loss of 21%. The total asset value of the national road network, including unpaved roads and bridges, is about 7 billion, with a replacement cost of 9.5 billion. International best practices in road maintenance dictate about 3% US dollars, that's of the replacement value, should be availed for preventive maintenance each year. Over the last 9 years, however, allocation to maintenance has been an average of about 1% of the value of the road network against the requested budget of 690 billion per year. This allocation is only enough to maintain about 24.5% of the national road network. It's for this reason that we have a backlog of maintenance and often let most roads slide into rehabilitation and reconstruction stages before intervention. Requested budget for adequate maintenance. From the recent analysis, about 28%, that's 1,590 kilometers of the paved road network, was found to exhibit wide cracking and moderate roughness, which triggered periodic maintenance, while 7% has severe to warning roughness, and this requires light or heavy rehabilitation. A case in point is Kampala-Masaka Road. Furthermore, there are about 8,800 kilometers of unpaved roads that are due for upgrading because of the increased traffic volumes on these roads and had been identified under NDP3. This category requires increased periodical maintenance, even if they are still in their gravel stage. We need to maintain them and respond, especially when heavy rains happen and they damage the structures. It is therefore recommended that at least 690 billion per year be allocated and committed to sustainably undertake preventive maintenance of the national road network. This figure shall be updated annually depending on the annual assessments undertaken. In conclusion, before we embark on structural sustainable maintenance strategy, we need to complete the ongoing projects. We can't start new projects until we have completed this as guided by the National Planning Authority. Commence projects with the confirmed external financing, reduce the current maintenance backlog created by inadequate allocation of maintenance funds, and reconstruct aged and damaged small bridges. For example, the Sezuwa Bridge on Kayunga. In summary, the cash flow requirements for the national roads and bridges can be stated as follows. Total funds requirement for all ongoing periodic maintenance, rehabilitation, upgrading and projects and bridges projects is estimated at 3.26 trillion over the next 3 years. This necessitates an allocation of about 1 trillion per financial year. in the medium term, in the MTF. 2, total requirement for rehabilitation projects under procurement and government of Uganda counterpart funding for externally financed national road upgrading and town roads projects is approximately 1.2 trillion in the medium term. This necessitates an allocation of about 20% advance payment, which is about 240 billion in the next financial year to enable commencement of civil works on these roads. Total requirement for national road upgrade projects in procurement, but without confirmed source of funding, is approximately 3.7 trillion. Most of these projects were proposed for financing under the alternative financing mechanism, whose terms and conditions appear to be very stringent for the potential contractor, and Minister of Finance is yet to advise on the way forward. But the little we understand, that Minister of Finance says it may not be tenable to employ this kind of funding. Total requirement for critical national roads and small bridges assessed for immediate maintenance intervention is estimated about 1.2 trillion. Therefore, in light of the budget suppression and inadequate releases, it's our prayer that adequate resources are allocated to prioritize and clear the following backlog. Ongoing national road projects, counterpart funding for externally financed national road projects, and procurement, because these have attract interest if we don't implement them. And already the contractors on site, if they are not financed, they will charge for idle equipment. Rehabilitation projects under procurement, because some of these are very critical, as you'll see in the tables. For example, Mutukula, Chotera, Masaka, Korongo, Bwera, Mpondwe, Nebi Goli, Nebi Arua. These are very critical roads which we need to respond to now. National roads and bridges assessed for immediate periodic maintenance and intervention. The number of bridges which are very, very critical, which we cannot afford to postpone. For example, the Seziwa Bridge I was talking about on Kayunga Road, it's over 70 years old and it's really gone. Katunguru Bridge in Kasese, that needs intervention, and other bridges on major roads. So we need to intervene on these ones. Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, in the document, there is also another set of documents which give the details about the Duka roads, district and urban community access roads. In that document, you'll find reports about the damage on our national roads, which happened during the rains, and where regions and districts have submitted for intervention. We visited the sites, costed the sites. There was a directive that we should get money to intervene immediately after the rains. We have never gotten any money. So those roads have remained in those bad conditions. So those are the Duka on Duka network. Also in the document, you'll find ongoing projects which we are implementing, including even the name of the contractor who's carrying out that project, so that you can also be able to supervise and be able to check out on some of those projects. In the tables, there are many tables. If I don't know whether Right Honorable Speaker we could go to some of them, or I'll leave the members to, they must have gone through and they can raise issues
they have uploaded, you can.
On specific ones. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you so much, General. After hearing what the minister is saying, you realize what is causing a lot of these problems is inadequate provision or allocation of funds. We need to look at the issue of allocation of funds. He says he needs 690 billion. We'll need a response from the Minister of Finance in respect to that. We need money in the road fund, in the national roads, There is also an equal distribution of these roads. To ensure fairness and national character, and that is a national objective in the constitution, it must have a national character. I did not hear Nakapiripirit. I did not hear Bukoman Simbi. I didn't. So it must have a national character. We also need to look at the local capacity of order. We need to build the local capacity of our contractors. We are not going to continue using these people from out all the time. And that's why I appreciate the bill of Honorable Shabi. Bubu, build Uganda, buy Uganda, build Uganda. So we need to promote our local contractors, but most importantly, equal distribution of these resources. If there's a road in Masaka, let it be there in Ites also, let it be there in this. Honorable members, you've heard from the minister. All of you want to talk on the roads? I am going to give only. We have a very serious matter. Is your Mpaka, is your report ready? No, it's ready. We have a report on NSSF, which must come now. Let me start with a shadow. Let me start with a shadow. Shadow Minister of Works.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Namoga is my auntie, so I think she took it for granted that we are home. And as a son, I have to follow. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the comprehensive report. We have been talking about this issue with the Honorable Minister of Works. And I think the problem does not lie with the ministry. I think we have to look at this squarely. The problem lies with the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance, the problem is with you.
Yes.
And you're busy talking.
We have passed resolutions here to do with these particular matters, and they have adamantly refused to abide and comply with whatever has been passed. Parliament, for example, has talked about operationalization of the road fund, and there's nothing coming out of all those resolutions. Again, when you look at the budgetary appropriations and the releases, still money is not remitted on time. We also have an issue of appropriation and prioritization. So whatever is appropriated, again, the ministry. So I think it's my prayer, and I think I'm talking also on behalf of the Infrastructure Committee, that this matter, we should take it upon as Parliament and come up with serious resolutions. I looked at the report by the minister, which was uploaded yesterday. It was a little bit late, but all the lamentations go to the Ministry of Finance. So I find it hard for us to keep here talking about issues to do with road maintenance, new projects, when the minister adamant is coming up with supplementary budgets which are classified on matters which we also don't know, where we have issues concerning us as parliamentarians. If the roads are not worked upon, then you cannot talk about any development, whatever budget. This is the bottom line. My chairman at the infrastructure, the other day said we almost resolved not to see UNRWA Works coming up explaining why things are falling apart, because they are not funded, and the funding organ is Parliament. So if you don't appropriate, then what do you expect these people to come up with the projects and the maintenance. It's my prayer.
Can you conclude?
Yeah, it's my prayer, right, Honorable Speaker, that this matter be sent to the Infrastructure Committee, the report, sorry, for proper analysis. Then we come up with directives this time around to the ministers of finance. Because unless we expect to have miracles from the Minister of Works without any funding, virtually, actually, I said last time that whatever you are saying, this is a wedding budget. It comes up, it's a wedding, but you cannot perform miracles.
Yes, we've got the message. We'll need to make analysis of this report further. But the issue of equal distribution, equitable distribution is not on the budget, it is by design. That is by design. Can I have Businje?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I want to thank our Minister for Works for his report, which I believe, Right Honorable Speaker, that is becoming a norm. I feel tired because every time Honorable Katumba stands here, he stands more or less of a lamenting person, which is not giving solutions. Right Honorable Speaker, Ugandans are tired of bad roads. We've cried of budgets, low cuts, and we are not finding solution. You look at a budget, like for example, Hoima district, get 380 for the district, yes. I'm talking of the district now.
Honorable members,
protect me.
If I
I'm on the district on my
honorable members, if I hear anybody heckling at a colleague, I'll chase you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can you
in my case on the district roads, Right Honorable Speaker, Hoima gets 380 million for full year. It is insufficient, and we believe we are making a mockery of ourselves.
Is that for the oily roads?
Yes, and members of parliament when we go to appropriate. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, but I believe the issue of budgeting and appropriation should be taken with very serious consideration. I thank you.
Members, we need to agree on this. The issue is on the budgets. If we can't handle the aspect of the budget, let's give this issue to finance. Finance will come and report on how much they are budgeting for the roads. That is what is important. The issue of maintenance and all that, that is in relation to money. For me, what is most important is equitable distribution of these roads. Because the distribution is by design, not because there is no money. You can still take the other money. You want to know how many roads, how many kilometers have you made in each region? Each region. Honorable Katumba, we will need that report from you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I expected General Katumba to communicate through this platform about the status of road units to the new districts. But unfortunately, he has become silent on it. Yet the new districts, Right Honorable Speaker, are suffering. They have no road units and Parliament appropriated money. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, in one of the, or in his report, he mentions something very disturbing, that he needed 232 billions, Right Honorable Speaker, for Duka roads, and he only got 80 billions. Right Honorable Speaker, I am so disturbed that this morning, Amina of Atiaka Sugar was given 274 billions on a closed Atiaka project. I don't understand what Minister of Finance
Where was she given from?
Madam Speaker, I'm a member of the Budget Committee.
But
And
you're-
this-
you're extra-
This morning,
Honorable Oshabe, the rules of procedures of this house, you don't come and discuss what has been in the committee in the house.
Madam, that is,
You're doing rumor mongering.
Madam,
Let's wait for a report from the committee to be brought to the house. For us, we
Madam
don't know what is happening in your committee.
Madam Speaker, it is also public information
No,
that the Minister of Finance gave
You've
270 copies.
You've just apologized for hearsay. Again, you're on hearsay. Itungo. Itungo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. But Madam Speaker, my case is a unique case, and I want the Minister to pay attention. Madam Speaker, as Mbara District, we received the money from Uganda Road Fund for the district roads and the sub-county roads. But we have a central mechanical workshop, which is meant to service the graders and all the road equipments. Now, this workshop is not facilitated. What is happening now, all the graders are grounded. The money is on the accounts of the sub-counties and the districts, but the roads cannot be worked on because the graders have no tires, they have no spare parts, they are just there. So the money is idle on the accounts, but the vehicles are not doing anything. So, Honorable Minister, I wanted to bring this to your attention that the Central Mechanical Workshop in Mbarara is in a bad shape. We have the money, but we don't have the graders. Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to advise you next time, don't wait for the House to debate this. The Honorable Minister is available, report such cases to the ministry. Honorable Abed. Honorable
you.
Abed,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
there is a
I
procedure
want to
matter.
appreciate.
Procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the item that you called is the status of national roads in the country. What the minister has presented is nowhere near the status of national roads. If you ask each and every member of parliament to scan through the table that he has presented, some regions are not even reflected. So what is the minister reporting on? Secondly,
That's why I talked about national equitable distribution of these roads.
yes,
Because I didn't see some of them from my place.
and that's where my procedural matter is. So, Madam Speaker, wouldn't it be procedural right? Twofold. First, the minister reports that cabinet sat on the 19th of December 2022 and agreed to increase funding to the road sector. It is in your report. It is on your report on the 19th of December 2022. You state it. But under it, you go and say there were budget suppressions. Under it, you say that you did not get funding, and the Ministry of Finance is seated here. Wouldn't it be proceeded right that the Ministry of Finance first tells us how far you have implemented that cabinet resolution to increase funding for the road sector? And secondly, we reject this report until it has the national outlook, reporting on each and every road in this country.
Honorable,
Right,
can you?
Honorable Speaker, clarification. I didn't say the cabinet increased the funding. This is what I read. Following the midterm review of the National Development 3 plan by National Planning Authority and a cabinet meeting held on the 19th day of December 2022, a proposal to reprioritize, not to get more funds, reprioritize funds allocated to the development of national roads was discussed, and cabinet directed that emphasis be placed on maintenance of existing roads. So where is the increase now?
Can we hear from the Minister of Finance?
Honorable Speaker.
Can we hear? There is already a motion here that we don't continue with the report.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. To emphasize what the Minister of Works has just said, because of financial constraints, we agreed as a government that there is a need to reprioritize within the existing roads on what we can do and what we can't do, with emphasis on maintenance and also improving the Maram roads that are already in existence. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is, and it is painful, but I must say it, that the circumstances we are operating in does not give us additional money to allocate to the ever-growing priorities of government. So in the circumstances, that's why we are saying, can we reprioritize? There is a point Honorable Itungo made on
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I feel very, elated to put on order Minister. But Madam Speaker, the Minister is talking about the issue of prioritization because of lack of funding. But Madam Speaker, it is in the interest and in the knowledge of all Ugandans that Uganda is constructing a road in DRC Congo as a priority. Is the Speaker, is the Honorable Minister right and really to say that the issue is about money and yet they prioritize the construction of road in DRC Congo, leaving most of the roads here not as a priority? Is he in order?
Honorable member, the road from Uganda to Congo is connecting Uganda to Congo, improving the business between Uganda to Congo. So it is part of your priorities. Honorable members, you don't need to take a lot of time on this report. One, it does not have a national outlook. We are talking about national roads. Let's have a report on issues of national roads. That's one. Two, let it have a solution, not lamentation. Honorable Minister of Works, work together with the finance and have solutions other than you coming to lament on the floor. Let him support you and tell you what is available and what you want us to do as Parliament to support you, because we need these roads. So General, we know you need money, but tell us what can we do? Which roads can we stop and which one can we continue? Which ones are a priority? And finance, can you support? Can you support works? Yes, General. Before the General, you accept, can we have law? Honorable Lop.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the General for the observations he has made. Now that the Speaker has classified his statement in a way she has desired, I will call them observations the General has made to request that he should give us a peek into the road contracts that come on the blue pages, on the blue papers that are awarded on those blue papers, so that we can know how they are secured. If the honorable member from Kasese wants their road on a blue paper to come on a contract via the blue paper, what do they do with that signature, which the General is accustomed to? What do we do to get those contracts? So because they are not one of the ones is reported about, how do we get to have these roads? also included. I know the Minister of Finance is also not aware. Remember, Right Honorable Speaker, we classified the challenges of those roads because they constitute borrowing without parliamentary approval. So may we know.
Did you say borrowing without parliamentary approval?
Yes.
Is there any loan that is borrowed in this country without our approval?
Yeah, you know, Right Honorable Speaker, I use graphical communication, and the Land Attorney General is aware of what I'm talking about.
Attorney General.
No, let me be as clear. When a contract is awarded from State House and it constitutes pre-financing, please construct, I'll pay. That constitutes borrowing. By any stretch of imagination, it is borrowing.
Council, I just want a clarification. Is there any contract that is issued from State House? Attorney General, I need a response from government, not you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. There is no contract which is valid in this country which is not cleared by me. That is under the Constitution. So, and I don't sit in State House. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there is no contract that is issued other than through the correct procedures of the law. Even when you receive the blue letter, you are expected to carry out that and implement that through the proper legal procedures.
Honorable members, pre-financing is not borrowing. We have an option in this house to reject the loan when it is brought here, and whoever is given a blue letter should act within the law. You should not just rely on the blue letter. General, Lope are not finished.
Honorable Speaker, I am happy with the explanation of the Land Attorney General. He is actually putting on notice people that have been acting ultra-vires the law, that he will not be available to your defense. So all be aware that the Land Attorney General has put in notice that he will not be available at your defense acting on blue pages. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the intervention of members to the General's statement is very clear. We need to get an understanding of how, for example, some projects inordinately delay, and then we get information that UNRWA returns funds to finance. The same UNRWA does not have money. And why these delayed projects at times are renegotiated as usurious rates. And we get the sense that the delays are deliberate to attract, penalties. I think this whole sector, Right Honorable Speaker, has a problem. And I'm very sympathetic to the good general because I believe he's frustrated. He wants the roads to be done very fast, like he did some in Masaka, because we were there to put pressure on UNRWA to act fast. Somebody is instructing the general who is being frustrated by people working on the roads. We need a proper understanding of what we need to do at the parliament, because I don't think we are indictable for the nature of our roads. Secondly, is the general satisfied with the period within which these roads deteriorate? Because some roads are done in 2 years, they are gone. And they were internationally contracted. Some bridges are washed away by storms and life is normal. Some roads are deteriorating very fast. General, is there a problem for which you need a remedy from this house? That a road can deteriorate in 2 years and then we look for more money to reconstruct, rehabilitate the same road? There's a problem. Is it contracting? Are the contractors really serious people? Right, Honorable Speaker, I visited the Mbale city in one of my oversight programs, and some of the USMID roads have been under construction for more than 5 years. the contractors abandoned some of the projects and are still getting new contracts. The members from Umbale City can bear me testimony to this problem. Is the general aware of this public waste going on in some of the USMID programs? So 5 years, one of the roads in Umbale City, in the middle of the city, was abandoned, but the contractor was fully paid. So he's bewitching us. So, right, Honourable Speaker, I think we need to get a good understanding of what is happening to this sector and support this country, support the taxpayer. We need the roads. But I want to encourage the general to speak out. We shall support you. Speak out on who is frustrating you. Who is paying the contractors with half-done work, and they get fully paid? Who is paying ahead of undone work? Who is really exaggerating the cost of the roads in Uganda? We have a record of the highest cost road in the world. It's written about in the Guinness Book of Records. I think it will be there, Entebbe Express. So who is negotiating road construction in this country? Our engineers, devoid of capacity to negotiate.
I can see how you're massaging. Can we conclude and we go to the next item?
I wanted to encourage the general to know that you are with him, to summon the courage to speak out, to expose, so that he comes here to ask for money now that we are in a budget period, but having opened up the challenge, then money will be available. And of course, with a promise from finance, that finance will stop supplying air to local governments to do their work. Yeah, I'm hearing that finance supplies air to ministries as well. Finance should be candid on how much money is available that people can plan properly. Please be candid on your resource envelope. It's not about you, it's not person to holder, it's a government. Tell us that you're handicapped and we support you. Work within handicap. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Can we have another report in regard to what has been presented and solutions from finance? You should work together with the finance, and we need a report with a national character. And I know LOP is soliciting for words from you to say so and so is frustrating you, but I don't think you're being frustrated. It is financing, not finance, but financing. There is no money and we must look for that money. We must appropriate that money and the money must be released. So we'll wait for your report in 2 weeks' time. Honorable Minister, 2 weeks' time.
Much obliged, your right honorable Speaker. I just wanted to respond to the issue of the road unit equipment for the 16 districts. Yeah, we got the 29 billion. The total is 55 billion. We got to the 29 billion. We have started the process of purchasing the equipment, but we have already brought it to the attention of our budget and also infrastructure committee that we need 26 billion more to bring the total for the purchase of the equipment for all the 16 districts.
Honorable Minister, we need those equipments. I know very well we budgeted for that amount. We budgeted for it. It is just the release. So we need those equipments for the new districts. Next item.
Item 5, laying of papers, the semi-annual budget performance report, financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the semi-annual budget performance report for financial year 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. I want to refer that to all the committees to avail you with information on appropriation as we undertake to do our oversight role.
Item 6, Bill second reading, the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister of Sports.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 130 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? I'm looking at the demeanor of the members first. Is the bill seconded by Sereko, Aru, Pascal, Santa, Christine, Mwijiche, Solo, the Minister of Honorable Bahati, Honorable Finance, Attorney General, General Katumba, all the ministers, the whole house. Thank you so much. Would you love to speak to your motion briefly?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On Tuesday, 6th of December 2002, a bill entitled the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 was, in accordance with Rule 128 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, read for the first time and was referred to the Committee of Education and Sports for scrutiny. The object of the bill is to provide for the registration of the national sports federations, to continue the existence of the National Council of Sports, to provide for the administration and management of sports in Uganda, to designate the National Anti-Doping Organization, to provide for the role of the Uganda Olympic Committee, to repeal the National Council of Sports Act Cap 48, and to provide for other related matters. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill was necessitated by the need to address the current challenges of the sports administration and management in Uganda, owing to the inadequacies of the National Council of Sports Act Cap 48, and an act that was enacted in 1948. The National Council of Sports Act Cap 48 is limited to only amateur competitive sport and does not provide for the commercialization of sports or professionalization of sports, or the current global trends in sports development, management, and practice, and therefore, to a large extent, it inhibits the development of sports in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Sports, therefore, developed a national physical and sports policy to guide in the promotion of the physical activities and sports in a framework responsive to the modern practices and for the directions of the sports at the national and international level. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, sports remains a key area that unifies Ugandans and which generates a spirit of patriotism and national glory for Uganda. Physical activity is also the uncontested source of excellent health, physical fitness, and mental health, which are the prerequisite for a productive population to develop a nation. Madam Speaker, there was therefore need for the Physical Activity and Sports Bill in line with the responsive to modern national and international sports policies, convention, and the National Physical Education and Sports Policy of Uganda of 2004. Madam Speaker and honorable members, you will recall that on 1st December 2021, this House granted Honorable Engineer Moses Magogo leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Sports Bill, and subsequently the bill was tabled for the first reading on 10th November 2022 as the National Sports Bill 2021. This bill was also referred to the Committee of Education and Sports for scrutiny in accordance with the rules of procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, then the Deputy Speaker directed that both bills be harmonized by the Committee of Education and Sports process, and that we undertook with Honorable Magogo, as shall be reported by the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Committee of Education and Sport has finalized the consultation on both the National Sports Bill 2021 and the Physical Activity Bill, Sports Bill 2022, and is ready to report. I therefore move that the bill entitled the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It can't be read for the second time before we get a report. Can we have a report from the Chairman of Education and Sports?
I thank you so much,
bill,
Madam Speaker.
to bring the report on the floor, then we'll subject it to a vote.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, our report on the Committee on Education and Sports on the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 and the National Sports Bill 2021 is ready. And Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I would request that I lay on table the report and the minutes of all the meetings that the committee held to process this report. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I would beg that I don't repeat some of the areas that honorable ministers talked about for purposes of saving time. However, you allow me, Madam Speaker, to say that the National Sports Bill 2021 was read for the first time on 10th November 2022, while the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 was read for the first time on 6th December 2022. Both bills were referred to the Committee on Education and Sports for consideration in accordance with Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee considered the bills in accordance with Rule 129 and 189C of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and hereby report as follows. Here we have the background to the bills, honorable members. The report is uploaded on the iPad. I would also request that I don't repeat the object.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm raising the procedural matter on our order paper, and I wanted your guidance. Item number 8, number 9 actually is motion for adoption of the report of the Select Committee on the inquiry into the operations of National Council of Sports. And we are about to now process a very important bill which relates very closely with the operations of National Council of Sports. Wouldn't it be procedural right that if that report is ready, we first receive it so that the pronouncement by this House can therefore directly feed into the process of enacting this legislation? And in the event that it is not ready, would it be procedural right that we now, after receiving this report, we stand over this process until we receive a report of the Select Committee on National Council of Sports?
Honorable Jonathan, have you looked at the report that you're talking about? Is it related to the bill?
Madam Speaker, I don't know if you want me to answer and we debate, but
Because what is happening, the report that you're talking about is on financials, how the finances are used in an institution, misappropriation. It has nothing to do with the bill, completely.
I thank you for the guidance, but it would inform us on how we constitute the new council under this.
It doesn't. Attorney General, does it?
To the extent that we have included in the bill that funds shall not be misappropriated, I think covers the issues you raised in that report. Because the report is looking for misappropriation, and in the act we have said Do not misappropriate.
Thank you, thank you. Can we, Chairman, can you finish?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I've already mentioned that I would request that I don't repeat what the minister has already said. The background is given here. The object of the bill is also stated. The methodology is also mentioned in the report. We had series of meetings and also considered the positions of the harmonization meeting between the private member and government. We held a stakeholders meeting, Madam Speaker and honorable members, involving physical contacts of 26 federations and associations and other interested groups from the public who gave us their communication in writing. Madam Speaker and honorable members, you allow me to go on findings, observation, and recommendations. Inadequate funding of the sports sub-program. Madam Speaker, under the Certificate of Financial Implications, Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 provides for cost estimates for bills as follows. Every bill introduced in Parliament shall be accompanied by a Certificate of Financial Implication issued by the Minister. The Certificate of Financial Implication issued under subsection 1 shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over the period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill when passed. In addition to the requirements under subsection 2, the Certificate of Financial Implication shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. Notwithstanding subsection 1, 2, and 3, a Certificate of Financial Implications shall be deemed to have been issued after 60 days from the date of the request for the certificate. The committee observes that A, the National Sports Bill 2021 and the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 conform to the requirements of section 76.4 and 76.1 regarding the Certificate of Financial Implication as prescribed in the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Despite the fact that the government has committed Uganda shillings 48.412 billion, the funds that have been allocated the sports sub-program for the financial year 2022-2023, 2023-2024 is only 17.39 billion, thus raising concerns on whether government will allocate enough funds for the implementation of the law once enacted. C, whereas section 76.3 requires the Certificate of Financial Implication to indicate the impact of the bill on the economy, the certificate issued highlights the need for the bill only regarding the commercialization and development of sports, but does not indicate the expected gains or revenue to government projected once the bill is enacted. The impact of the bill on the economy is therefore not articulated as envisaged in the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Part 1 of the Physical Activity and Sports Bill establishes a national recognition and reward scheme. Notwithstanding the fact that the bill seeks to empower the minister responsible for sports, prescribe the awards including monetary payments, pension, and gratuity that may be awarded to the sports personalities under the National Recognition and Reward Scheme. The same has not been provided for under the planned expenditure over the medium-term expenditure framework. The committee reiterates its concerns on whether the government's commitment to implement the provision once enacted. Part 3 of the Certificate of Financial Implications tags funding of the bill once enacted, funding within the available resources under the Human Capital Development Program. The committee is aware that the physical education and sports program in Uganda has been underfunded previously. According to the Ministry of Finance, regarding the sports budget, there has been a growth of 1,306.18% from Uganda shilling 3.1 billion in financial year 2016-17 to to Uganda shillings 47.81 billion in financial year 2022-2023. However, the reduction of the sports budget from 47.81 billion to 17.39 billion in financial year 2023-24, which represents 64%, is unexplainable. The committee invited the minister responsible for finance to substantiate this matter concerning the certificate of financial implications and commit to the financing of the law once enacted. The minister appeared before the committee and gave reassurances of the government's commitment to the sports program. The minister labored to explain to the committee the several competing funding priorities of the government and pledged to seek guidance of the minister responsible for sports regarding how best to promote sports development in Uganda. He confirmed to the committee that the government has the capacity to implement the law once enacted. Recommendation. The committee recommends that government's commitment to the funding of the sports program ought to be manifested through the current budget estimates, proceeding and in the medium-term budget estimates. 4.12, the proposed sports disputes resolution mechanism. The committee observes that arbitration is the internationally recognized best practice in the settlement of sports-related disputes. That clause 42.3 of the private members bill is a prudent provision in the bill, as it provides for the council to regularly update a list of arbitrators from whom a panel of arbitrators may be appointed from time to time. The benefits of having sports arbitration mechanisms are A, autonomy of sport, with the availability of arbitration as the sports dispute resolution mechanism. Third-party influence from national courts would be avoided, as the parties would have consented on arbitration through arbitrators. Additionally, arbitration would provide for expert, cost-effective, and prompt alternatives to the dispensation of justice as compared to court-based litigation. Experts in the field of sports law, labor law, and any other laws related to sports would ensure fair hearing and application of justice as per the laws and regulations of the international federations. Here below, the opinion of the Attorney General honorable members as it is in the report has been given. And the committee recommends that arbitration is in tandem with international sports statutes to settle sports-related disputes without recourse to courts of judicature. Most international sports statutes bar the referral of sports-related disputes to the ordinary courts of judicature and is always a ground for suspension from participation in competition organized by international sports federations. B, the council shall provide and regularly update a list of arbitrators from whom a panel of arbitrators may be appointed. The council may remove a person or persons from the list of arbitrators because of 1, inability to perform the expected functions arising from physical or mental incapacity. 2, abuse of office. 3, lack of integrity and corruption tendencies. Then on 4, misbehavior or misconduct. 5, incompetence or failure to undertake 3 sports dispute resolution roles once appointed by a party to a dispute. 5.1, interpretation clause. Under the interpretation clause, that's the observation that we have made at the committee.
Chair,
recommendations.
Have you gone to committee stage?
No.
Interpretation clause will come at committee stage.
Guidance, Madam Speaker. I can go to on provisions on administration and governance of the council. That one allow me also to proceed to part 2 of the bill. Incorporation of national sports federations. You allow me, Madam Speaker, to go straight to the observations of the committee. Incorporating national sports federations under Companies Act 2012, beg your pardon, will pose the risk of having more than one national sports federation in respect of sports discipline being registered. This not only causes confusion and conflict in the sports sector, but also affects Uganda's participation in international competitions. The incorporation of the National Sports Federation under the Companies Act 2012 poses further challenges in instances where a national sports federation is deregistered by the National Council of Sports, but the same National Sports Federation continues its operations by virtue of its incorporation under the Companies Act. C, that a provision is created in the bill to provide for the mandatory collection of beneficial ownership information to the federation to be able to meet the requirements of recommendation 24 and 25 under FATF. The committee therefore recommends, Madam Speaker, you allow me to go to 5.4, inclusion of sources of funds of federation and association in the bill. And these are the observations that have been made. And the recommendation is that the declaration of sources of funds for federations should be included and adopted in the bill. There is a need to monitor the sources of funds to avoid duplication of funding of activities by the federations. They also need to link the funding of the sponsors and ensure that there are no ill motives behind the funding, such as the promotion of LGBTQ. Part 3 of the bill, administration. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that the administration of the act is provided for under part 3 of the government bill, while under the private members bill is under part 2. The committee observed that both bills provide for the management of the act in a similar manner. Clause 24 of the government bill, which provides that a chairperson, any member of the board, or any other person authorized by any member of the board can execute or contract on behalf of the National Council of Sports, is subject to abuse. The committee recommends that the administration of the act by the National Council of Sports as prescribed under the government bill be adopted. That clause 24, subclause 4 of the government bill be amended to provide that an instrument of or contract to be undertaken by the National Council of Sports can only be executed by way of a resolution of the board. Part 7, offenses and penalties. Madam Speaker, I would request that for purposes of time, since members are having spent the night with this bill, with this report, you allow me to proceed and read. The committee observes that both bills prohibit the offenses of doping, unlawful utilization of commercial rights, unauthorized use of sports results in betting by specified persons, manipulation of sports competition, acts of violence, and organism and broadcast of sports events organized by federations without authorization. There are offenses in the private members bill that are not incorporated in the government bill, and these include the prohibition of electronic media production and dealing with counterfeit materials. The provision in clause 45(4) of the government bill, which criminalizes the failure to report a person who intends to commit an offense, is ambiguous and unforeseeable. Recommendation. A, clause 45(3) should be amended to remove the ambiguity by prescribing that a person who knows or has reason to believe that a person has committed under subsection 1 shall report the matter to the Uganda police, the council, a person authorized by the council. The government bill should in principle capture all offenses provided for under the private members bill. The harmonization report. The harmonization report meeting reported back to the committee, and the following were some of the positions. Title of the bill. The bill should be entitled the National Sports Bill. Justification. Cabinet Principle 9 under Minute 333 in bracket CT 2013 provided the bill should take cognizance of physical activity and sports as a means to enhance national health promotion and provide for concerted collaboration between all sports and health stakeholders to develop pass and health society. However, the Ministry of Education and Sports has not yet developed a policy to support the principle. Therefore, there are no provisions relating to physical activity in the government bill. Madam Speaker, allow me to go to observations. Whereas the government bill is entitled the Physical Activity and Sports Bill, there is no policy as explained above relating to physical activity. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the aspect of physical activity be dropped from the title since there are no provision relating to the same. Accordingly, the committee recommends that the title of the bill should be the National Sports Bill. The administration of the bill, part 3 of the government bill and part 2 of the private members bill. As it was agreed, that the bill should be administered by the National Council of Sports, which should have 7 members appointed by the minister as proposed in the government bill. The committee further reports that at least 3 of the members of the board shall have technical knowledge, administration, or participation in sports discipline. The other 4 members of the board should have knowledge of sports. D, in appointing the members of the board, the minister should ensure that the following are represented on the board, as listed below, Madam Speaker and honorable members. E, the term of office of the member of the board shall be 4 years, and that the member is eligible for reappointment for 1 more term. Justification, due to the uniqueness of the sports sector, to grant the minister the discretion to appoint members of the board, ensuring the representation of critical sports stakeholders, the interests of the sports subsector, and technical knowledge in sports. This will ensure that only persons appointed to the board have technical knowledge in sports, thereby ensuring that growth and development of the sport sector in Uganda. Below are the observations from the committee, Madam Speaker and honorable members. Justification, provide for a representative council and ensure that the stakeholders of the sports fraternity are represented by members of their choice.
Honorable Chair, and those part of your amendments.
Yes.
So what will you tell us when we reach that stage?
So, Madam Speaker, you allow me to quickly summarize and pick out areas that
are not part of the amendments and they are not part of committee stage.
Madam Speaker, I would therefore request members through you to allow me pick only the just observation and recommendation without reading stories. Madam Speaker, to save on time, to allow other business to flow, I would request honorable members through you that I go to page 26, conclusion. The imminent need to update the reform and consolidate the law relating to sports is vital because the existing National Council of Sports Act Cap 48 was enacted in 1964 and has become obsolete. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that both bills are harmonized into one bill and passed into law, subject to the attached proposed amendments. I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Chair of Sports, Education and Sports, for your report. The floor is open. Honorable Minister. And I don't want us to take a lot of time in debating a report. What we need to debate is on the amendments.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair for the report and the minister. I just want to make a small correction on the report on arbitration. When you say physical and mental capacity, physical means you deny the disabled to be part of that bill. So please, I beg Madam Speaker, the word physical be removed. It doesn't really augur well, it will be a discrimination. Thank you.
That's a good observation, Honorable Chair. Hajat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just seek a clarification. On page 9, it says that Honorable Engineer Moses Magogo proposed that sports federations are registered by the National Council of Sports as opposed to incorporation under the Companies Act to avoid bureaucracy in the incorporation of sports federations that now pertains. But on the following page, under the Attorney General's advice B, it says that the proposal by Honorable Engineer Magogo to incorporate and register sports federations by the National Council of Sports will defeat the implementation of recommendations 24 and 25. This presupposes that Magogo was proposing that they be incorporated. Yet initially, he's saying that he's against the incorporation. So it has caused confusion. I don't know which is which. What was the proposition of Honorable Magogo?
Honorable Magogo, what was your proposition?
Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues, members of Parliament, in my bill that I moved as a private member's bill, my proposal was to incorporate federations exactly the same way political parties are incorporated under the Political Parties and Organizations Act. My proposal was that if a federation goes to the National Council of Sports, it comes back as a body corporate that can sue and be sued, as simple as that. However, what the Attorney General is saying that federations should first incorporate as companies limited by guarantee. And then after that, they go to National Council to be registered. And from experience, we realize that that is what is existing currently. And it causes confusion that sports federations go in another legal regime. And then after that, come back into another for them to operate. And these are some of the challenges that we've experienced, because the federations today are registered as trustees. But this does not exactly fit into our requirements of international affiliation. And this is not the practice in many other countries. And the requirements of a company are not exactly the requirements of a federation. So we're proposing that as simple as that, why don't we just go to the regulator, that's National Council of Sports, and come back as body corporate so that we own property, we can sue, be sued as federations. That was the proposal. And of course, the Attorney General had another version of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General. What do you think?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the issue here is where does a federation get its legal personality? That's the question. The regulation is going to be by National Council of Sports, definitely. But currently we have entities that register persons to give them legal capacity. A company is registered under the URSB, and then it goes and conducts trading business, and it is regulated by under the Trading Act. However, what our colleague, the mover of the private members bill, was proposing, that we create a new mechanism of granting legal capacity under the Ugandan legal regime. While it is legally possible, I did advise that we have gone through a process of getting Uganda off the gray list under the Financial Action Task Force. And we have already declared all methods that are used in Uganda for creating legal personality. That if we make under this law a new method of creating legal personality, we are going to fall back on this process. So we were proposing that the federations should be incorporated under one of the existing mechanisms for creation of legal personality. We had proposed companies, but they said no, they don't want to be a company, but we need to find one method of creation of legal capacity for them to be incorporated. I beg to submit.
Honorable members, Shadow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think the Attorney General are not fair to us because you've not been very clear and unambiguous. One of the ways you can create a body corporate is through an act of parliament. So is there a way we can create those other bodies under this particular bill?
That's what I'm saying, that it is legally tenable, but in the present circumstances where we are being assessed by the Financial Action Task Force for June 2023, if you create a new entity, a new method under this act of creating legal personality, Uganda will not get off the gray list.
When do we get out of that gray list?
We are supposed to be inspected in June 2023.
So can we pass the law and say it is effective from July?
Yeah, you could do that, but Right Honorable,
I'm just asking, is it possible?
My proposal, my advice to the House would be that we use one of the existing methods which have been checked and tested without trying a new one.
Honorable the Seconder. But I don't know why we are going.
Speaker.
I don't know why we are going to this, because that will be at committee stage.
No, yes, but because a member sought clarification, Right Honorable Speaker. The learned Attorney General, I think, just don't fix us in a box. And because of the Financial Task Force, Financial Action Task Force, this parliament's hands are tied from creating corporate bodies under any subsequent legislation. I think there is need for us to reconcile our powers as an organ mandated to make law and our obligations under the task force. You need to reconcile the two, because the mover of the motion gave an example. I registered the JEMA party in 2005. At that time, we were registering it from the company registry. When we enacted the Political Parties and Organizations Act, because of the same reasons we are giving, creating uniformity in the law. If I have a political party to register, I only go to the Electoral Commission, which is the registry according to that law, and I become a body corporate. And this is precisely the proposal by the mover of the motion. So I would rather that moving forward, can we reconcile our obligation as a parliament with our obligation under the Financial Action Task Force? And then we move forward. I think that's the only issue in between.
Is a procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The nature of the bills that we are processing probably coming at a time that the chairman has already reported. There are two bills with their different principles that have been harmonized, and the chair has reported on the same. Ordinarily, we should have debated the principles separately, which in this case may not now be possible. So the procedural matter I'm requiring you to rule on is whether with the report harmonizing those provisions, we should again debate the principles, and yet the report by the chairman, and it's going to give us on clause by clause how they have harmonized each and every item. Wouldn't it be procedural right that now we move to that stage where we can receive the actual harmonization of the two bills?
Thank you, honorable members. There were two reports. And as you heard from the chair of the committee, there was a private member's report, a bill, and then there was, which was tabled on 10th November 2022, and then the government bill of 6th December 2022. The two bills were harmonized. And out of the harmonization, that is the report we got today. What Honorable Dori is saying, we should be going to committee stage now, and we look at the harmonized position, clause by clause. Is that accepted by the House? Is that seconded? I now put a question that the Fiscal Activity and Sports Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, under normal circumstance, we are supposed to go to Bills Committee stage. I am standing over that stage because of the problems that we realized that we had on local content. I want the Attorney General, the Minister, the private member, the shadow to go and harmonize the clauses that have been harmonized by the two and bring a harmonized position here. And that will be brought here tomorrow at 2. Can we go to the next item?
Item 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Select Committee on the State of Affairs at the National Social Security Fund.
Honorable members, you recall we had a matter in this house in regard to NSSF, and we referred that matter to a select committee, and the select committee was chaired by Honorable Mpaka Mwine. Honorable Mpaka is ready to report. The report has been uploaded and is on your iPads. Can we receive the report from the Honorable Mpaka?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the report of the Sectoral Committee on the state of the affairs at the National Social Security Fund. I beg to lay the minutes and the supporting documents.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, a report on the Select Committee on the state of affairs at the NSSF Fund. Introduction. On Wednesday, 25th January 2023, During the communication from the chair, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament constituted a select committee to investigate the state of affairs at the NSSF. The select committee was given specific terms of reference and was required to exercise its mandate under Rule 190 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament and the Republic of Uganda, and to report back to the House within 1 month. The select committee has therefore carried out a thorough investigation into this matter and has agreed to report the following. Honorable members, the background is on page 5. The rationale is on page 6. Allow me to go straight to the terms of reference for the interest of time. In executing its mandate, the committee was guided by the following terms of reference: to examine the corporate governance structures at the NSSF fund; 2, to examine the circumstances surrounding the appointment of the fund's managing director; 3, to evaluate the status and safety of the savers' money in the fund; 4, to examine the extent of stakeholder engagement in the decision-making at the fund; and lastly, to inquire into any other matter incidental thereto. On page 8, there's the methodology. On page 9, we made reference to relevant laws, regulations, and instruments. They're indicated on page 9. And again, on page 9, we analyzed documents submitted by the witnesses. On page 11, desk research was also carried out. Allow me to go straight to 4.0. Comparison of the National Social Security Fund of Uganda and similar funds in the region. That is on page 11 and page 13. The governance structures at the fund before and after the National Social Security Fund Act, Amendment Act 2022. It should be noted that following the gazetting of the NSSF Fund Amendment Act 2022, that largely transferred the supervision of the NSSF from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Gender on 7th January 2022, Section 29.
Why are you disorganizing somebody who is flowing?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, we are handling a very important matter, which is the National Social Security Fund report. And Right Honorable Speaker, the minister in charge of this docket is totally absent in this house. And the order paper, this item has been on the order paper, not just this afternoon, but it has been there. And the Right Honorable Speaker, I was aware that this item is coming, and all the members and even the minister. So the procedural matter I am raising, if it is intention, because there are 4 ministers. No, I am very informed, because NSF falls both in finance and in gender. And the minister in charge, the gender minister, is totally absent here. Oh, there is one. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising, would it be procedure right for the minister in charge of the docket to be summoned, to be present in the house as we handle this matter now?
Can we hear from the acting government chief whip? We are discussing a very serious matter on NSSF. The minister responsible is not here. What information do you have for us? But we have one minister of gender. We have Honorable Samo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that Honorable Samo is a minister in the gender subsector. I want to request, and I also have a minister of finance here. I have the Attorney General here. So my guidance would be that Honorable Samo, as of now, handles the docket as you give me. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your indulgence that maybe you permit me to call the Minister of Gender, then I get back to you in 1 minute. Let me get her on phone.
Honorable members, we have a lot of work in the order paper. We have a minister here, Honorable Asamo. We are not going to start postponing our work because the ministers are not here. We have a Minister of Finance. We have a very able Attorney General here. And we are looking at gender. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It should be noted that following the gazetting of the NSSF Fund Amendment Act 2022 that largely transferred the supervision of the NSSF from the Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Gender on 7th January 2022, Section 29 of the NSSF Act grants the power to the Ministry of Gender to approve or disapprove with amendments the NSSF budget with reference to Section 2 of the definition part. The minister responsible for social security is the supervisor to the fund. Section 30, as amended, introduced the role of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development with the authority to approve or disapprove investment-related aspects in the NSSF budget. This is how the dual supervision was created. Whereas the old NSSF Act did not specify on the individual representation to the board and gave the Minister of Finance discretion in appointment, Section 3 of the NSSF Act as amended introduced a tripartite stakeholder board appointed by the minister, which comprises of the chairperson, the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for finance, the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for labor, 4 representatives of employees nominated by the federations of labor unions, 2 representatives of employers nominated by the Federation of Uganda Employers, and the managing director, who shall be an ex-officio member without the right to vote. 5.1, supervision structure of NSF before 2022 and its impact on governance. The committee was informed by the former managing director, NSSF, about how regulatory and oversight framework of NSF has evolved since 1985, when it was established as a body corporate, in light of governance challenges, notably in 2004, when the NSF was transferred from the Ministry of Gender to the Ministry of Finance, in 2011, when the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority was created. It was noted by the committee that due to a breakdown in the governance structure of the NSF, corruption scandals leading to the arrest, prosecution of the chairman of the NSF board, managing director, a contractor, the minister responsible for labor, who jumped bail and fled into exile in the early 2000s, His Excellency, the President, in a letter dated 6 September 2004, to the then Prime Minister of Uganda, the late Right Honorable Apollo Nsibambi, directed the immediate transfer of the NSF from the Ministry of Gender to the Ministry of Finance. In his letter, he highlighted, I have decided with immediate effect to transfer the NSSF fund from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The money in NSSF is too much to be handled by a non-specialized ministry. The Ministry of Finance is to review NSSF decisions and ensure that they are sound business-wise and are free of corruption. Honorable members, 5.2 challenges the supervision structure of NSF following the National Social Security Fund Amendment Act 2022 and its impact on governance. The committee noted that on 7th January 2022, the NSSF Fund Amendment Act came into force. Amendments to the Act provided for the dual political and technical supervision by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, with the latter responsible for investment as specified in Section 30, 31, 34, 35, and 36 of the Principal Act, while the former is responsible for oversight and administration of the NSF respectively. However, the separation of the roles of the ministers presupposed that the provision of NSF Act were exclusive. A case in point is separation of the approval of the annual budget estimates by the Minister of Gender from the approval of investments and declaration of annual interest by the Minister of Finance. And yet these two are closely intertwined activities. The committee observed that the guidance of His Excellency the President in a letter dated 4th October 2019 to the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the Speaker of the 10th Parliament of Uganda, confirmed his decision to have the fund supervised by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Gender. The letter tabled by Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, from His Excellency the President reads, Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, in September 2004, I directed the transfer of the NSSF from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The main reason for this is that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is a specialized government agency to oversee the management of large funds. The ministry also has the capacity to review the NSSF decisions and ensure that they are sound business-wise and free of corruption. I reaffirm my earlier decision on this matter. I do not agree with the proposal of NSSF Amendment Act, NSSF Amendment Bill 2019 to split the oversight mandate of the NSSF under two government agencies. The proposed arrangement would cause delays in the decision-making and create loopholes for corruption. I am therefore requesting that Parliament streamlines the oversight role of the NSSF under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the ongoing amendments to the NSSF Act. The Ministry of Labour, Gender and Social Development is represented on the board of NSSF. Multiple apex authorities are dangerous for accountability. If things go wrong, whom shall we blame? The committee noted that dual oversight mandate has indeed caused delays in the decision-making in NSSF, created loopholes for corruption, and has blurred lines of responsibility and accountability from the two ministries. The committee mentions include A, in the budget approval letter dated 16th June 2022, the annual budget estimates financial year 2022-2023 were approved by the Minister of Gender, who deferred approval of real estate investment budget estimates and set conditions without consulting the Minister of Finance on the ongoing investment projects. The letter reads, under real estate component, the implementation of strategic land purchase totaling 400 billion should be deferred at the moment pending due diligence report. C, the Ministry of Gender directs the NSSF to undertake investment activities without following procedure. For example, in a letter dated 7th December 2022 from the Minister of Gender to the chairperson of the Board of Directors of NSSF, we note the expectation that the NSSF management should simply pass on 40 billion to the Grain Council of Uganda. On page 18, observations. The committee observed that in less than 1 year of transferring the NSSF back to the Ministry of Gender, allegations of corruption, influence peddling, and delayed decision-making scandals are back to haunt the savers. This is impacting negatively on the fund's reputation. Terms of reference, honorable members and right honorable speaker. In handling the assignment, the committee examined the terms of reference here under reports. 6.1, to examine the circumstances surrounding the appointment of the fund's managing director and deputy managing director. The appointment of the managing director and deputy managing director is provided for under sections 39 and 40 of the NSSF Act Cap 222 as amended by Act number 1 of 2022. Prior to the amendment of the NSSF Act Cap 222, the appointment and tenure of the office of the managing director and the deputy managing director were a sole discretion left to the minister responsible to the fund. 2, the NSSF Amendment Act 2022 amended sections 39 and 40 of the NSSF Act Cap 222 and created the appointment of the managing director and the deputy managing director by the minister upon the recommendation of the board of directors for a period of 5 years and are eligible for reappointment for one more term upon satisfactory performance. 3, on 1st July 2022, Mr. Chimbowa, the chairman of the board of directors of NSSF, notified the Ministry of Labour, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, of the board's decision on the recommendation to the reappointment of the managing director and deputy managing director of NSSF. The board highlighted, among others, exceptional stewardship of the fund, widely acknowledged positive transformation of the fund, and that the two officers tick all the performance boxes on technology, human capital, innovation, customer obsession, and sustainability. The board therefore recommend for their reappointment of the two officers for a 3-year contract effective 1st December 2022 and 30th October 2022 for Mr. Richard Biarugawa and Mr. Patrick Ayota respectively. On 18th July 2022, Mr. Patrick Ayota, the Deputy Managing Director, notified Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, of his retirement, having attained the mandatory retirement age of 60 years in accordance with the NSSF Human Resource Policy Manual under Section 23.3.1. On 20th July 2022, upon receipt of the notification of the retirement from Mr. Ayota dated 18th July 2022, the Minister reappointed Mr. Ayota as the Deputy Managing Director of the fund for a 1-year contract The said reappointment was based on the recommendation of the board dated 1st July 2022. However, on the 22nd July 2022, Honorable Betty Amongi directed Mr. Richard Byarugaba to retire as MD of the fund, having attained the mandatory retirement age of 60 years in accordance with the NSSF Human Resource Policy, Section 2331, before he could be considered for reappointment. Furthermore, the minister in the same letter directed Mr. Richard Byarugaba to cease forthwith exercising the mandate and functions of the Office of the Managing Director, NSSF, and designated Mr. Patrick Ayota, the Deputy Managing Director, as the acting Managing Director until Mr. Richard Byarugaba retires in accordance with the NSSF Human Resource Money. On 22nd July 2022, Mr. Richard Byarugaba notified the Honorable Minister of his retirement from office of the Managing Director of NSSF and also expressed his desire to be reappointed as the Managing Director of the fund in accordance with NSSF Human Resource Policy and Procedures Manual for the retention of mission critical talent who have reached the fund's retirement age. The Attorney General, upon receipt of the copy of the letter dated 27th July 2022 from the Honorable Minister, stopping Mr. Richard Byarugaba from exercising the mandate and functions of the Office of the Managing Director of NSSF, having clocked the retirement age of 60 years, rendered a legal opinion contained in his letter dated 22nd July 2022 to the effect that the 5-year term of the MD was still valid and would continue in force until its lapse on 1st December 2022. In other words, the purported forceful retirement of the MD was unlawful and contrary to sections 39(1) of the NSSF Act and the instrument of appointment. Subsequently, the minister received the letter of recommendation for the reappointment of Mr. Richard Byarugaba from His Excellency the President in a letter dated 6th August 2022, in which the President noted the need for quiet consultations before the appointments are concluded. His Excellency the President further noted that the growth of the fund from 1.7 trillion in 2010 to 17.2 trillion as at end June 2022, under the leadership of the MD and Deputy MD, NSSF, the President directed the issue of the appointment was to be discussed before Cabinet on 20th August 2022. The Minister, however, on 30th November 2022, issued another instrument of reappointment of Mr. Patrick Ayota as Deputy MD of the fund for a period of 5 years with immediate effect. On 7th December 2022, well after the Cabinet meeting on 20th August 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister, in her letter addressed the Honorable Minister of Gender, recommended for the reappointment of Mr. Patrick Byarugaba as Mr. Richard Byarugaba, as the MD of the fund. The Right Honorable Prime Minister noted that His Excellency the President had tasked her with a mandate to conclude the matter in a State House meeting held on 6th December 2022. Furthermore, the Right Honorable Prime Minister notified the Minister for Labor that comprehensive consultations with key stakeholders on the matter had taken place, and therefore directed Honorable Betty Ongom to reappoint Mr. Richard Byarugaba as the Managing Director NSSF, as recommended by the NSSF board, to avoid managerial gaps which could put the Savers Fund at risk. The Right Honorable Prime Minister further advised that the allegations submitted by the Honorable Minister responsible for labor against the MD have been referred to the Auditor General for investigations. On 15th December 2022, Honorable Betty Ongom responded to the letter of recommendation dated 7th December 2022, authored by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, declining the reappointment of Mr. Richard Byarugaba, citing the one-on-one confidential meeting on 9th December 2022, and requested to first brief His Excellency before commencing investigations. Honorable members, defer of reappointment of the Managing Director NSSF. On 7th December 2022, the Honorable Minister for Labor deferred the reappointment of the MD, citing a wide range of issues which needed to be investigated before Mr. Richard Byarugaba reappointment could be considered. The issues and responses thereto are tabulated as here under. Financial impropriety, pension towers. This is in regard to the variations. In the second column, those are responses of Mr. Richard Byarugaba. In the third, those are responses by the committee. Mr. Richard Byarugaba, in a nutshell, said the variations were within the PPD allowance of 25%, because the total of all the three variations were 23.91%. When the committee asked the Honorable Minister for evidence, the Minister provided no evidence to support the allegations. Honorable members, let me move straight to page 25. The existing crack, because all those are similar, they are in regards to the variations. On
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unlike other reports which were loaded on the iPad much earlier for members to follow, this report was loaded at 3:40 p.m., about 15 minutes before he started presenting. Is he proceeding right now to start skipping very important information? And yet members have just accessed this report and aware that thereafter we will be required to debate in a manner. I therefore implore you, Madam Speaker, that the chairman reads word for word. In the absence of doing that, Madam Speaker, then you will allow members adequate time to go and prepare and come and debate this report.
Honorable members, are you not following? The chairman is doing a very good job. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On page 25, the existence of a crack in the building, this is Pension Towers. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated that the supervising consultant asserts there is no crack. The minister provided no evidence to the committee to support the allegations. On page 27, misinterpretation by the managing director of the budget for strategic land purchase, the real estate budget for 2022-2023 of 943 billion had an item of 400 billion for strategic land purchase for Nachigalala, yet the minister had obtained a valuation of 246 billion for the same land. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated that due to the numerous claims relating
What
to
did you say? No, first repeat what you have just said.
Misinterpretation. I'm on page 27.
No, I just want you to repeat what you've just said.
Due to the numerous claims relating to the ownership of the land, which required lengthy due diligence and approval process, there is no money that was ever approved for the purchase of the Nachigalala land. That is a response by Mr. Richard Byarugaba. The minister provided evidence and the committee will report below. Corruption in the purchase of the MTN shares. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated that the IPOs are regulated offers by the CMA and use listing rules. The minister provided no evidence to support the allegations. On page 28, payment of 3 billion kickback on contract for Mbuya Citadel Apartments. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated that the allegations are not true. The minister provided no evidence to the committee in support of the allegations. Exchange of money for the sale of the Mbarara plot. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated the allegations are not true. By the time the MD left the fund, the said piece of land had not yet been sold. The minister provided no evidence to support the allegation. However, it is true, the land has not been sold. Redesign of personal house of Symbion in exchange for business. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated the allegations are not true as the MD used the private contractors by the names of Mr. Charles Mugambe and an architect Susan Atai in 2007, way before Symbion was contracted by the fund. The minister provided no evidence to support the allegations. On page 29, commission of 5% of the contract value for Lubowa construction contracts through DePoint Consultancy Limited. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated the allegations are not true. The minister provided no allegations to support the allegations.
No evidence.
Commission of 5%.
Chair, the minister provided no evidence. Repeat that.
The minister provided no evidence to support the allegations. Commission of 5% contract value for Temangalo project from Henan Goal. Mr. Richard Byarugaba stated the allegations are not true. The minister provided no evidence to support the allegations. Observations. The committee makes the following observations. The committee noted with concern the casual manner in which the tenure of office of the MD and the deputy MD was being handled contrary to section 39 and 40 of the NSSF Act as amended. B, The committee further noted that the tenure of office of the managing director and the deputy managing director for reappointment is not discretionary in terms of the years to be served by the said officials under the NSSF Amendment Act 2022. The recommendation by the NSSF board for reappointment of the MD and deputy MD for 3 years and then subsequent reappointment of Mr. Patrick Ayota as the deputy managing director by the minister for 1 year were contrary to clear provisions of section 39 and 40 of the NSSF Act as amended. The committee notes that the continued deferral of the appointment of the managing director, NSSF, is causing managerial gaps and thereby subjecting the savers fund at risk. The committee notes that Honorable Betty Ongom's allegations contained in her letter dated 7th December 2022 justifying the deferral of the reappointment of the managing director were personalized to Mr. Richard Byarugaba, and yet the same would largely apply to Mr. Patrick Ayota, the deputy managing director to the fund, since all initial decisions are taken at the management committee level where both the MD and deputy managing director participate for approval, before they are sent to the board for approval. Petition by Mr. Richard Job Matua. During the course of the investigations, the committee received a petition from Mr. Richard Matua, who introduced himself as the petitioner against the reappointment of Mr. Richard Byarugaba as the managing director to the fund. Mr. Matua presented before the committee a petition with several documents to support his grounds against the reappointment of Mr. Richard Byarugaba as the managing director to the fund. The petition in his letter dated 14th December 2022 addressed the Honorable Minister of Gender requested for the following documents. A, petitions regarding the NSSF management from COF2, NOT2, NSSF staff, and any other sources. B, the latest set of affairs report at NSSFC, disciplinary related correspondences between the board, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, and Minister's office. D, documents related to the fraud embezzlement in NSSF. E, retirement notices from the managing director and deputy managing director. The petitioner presented to the committee all the documents highlighted above. The committee wished to know how the petitioner obtained all NSSF internal documents presented before the committee. In response, the petitioner stated that the documents placed before the committee were furnished by the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development upon request in a letter dated 14th December 2022 made in conformity with the provisions of Access to Information Act. The committee noted that on 15th December 2022, a day after Mr. Job Richard Matua had requested for documents from the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, responded and gave Mr. Richard Job Matua all the documents he required. Observations. The committee makes the following observations. The committee notes that the documents presented before the committee by Mr. Richard Matua were not certified by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to show the authenticity and originality of the documents. B, the committee noted that the Honorable Minister for Labor, while appearing before the committee, reluctantly refused to give the committee petitions she had received from various petitioners when the committee requested for them to substantiate the allegations against Mr. Richard Byarugaba. She, however, gave Mr. Job Richard Matua all the documents he requested for, including the petitions, with ease and comfort. The committee notes that there is no evidence placed before it to justify any personal relationship between Mr. Richard Byarugaba and Mr. Silva Mugisha, board member of NSF, as was alleged by Mr. Matua, who claimed that they were biological brothers and that their relationship affected the day-to-day activities at NSSF.
Chair, just a minute. I want to find out from the Land Attorney General if it is true the documents were given to Matua. Was that a correct act?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I need to look at the documents and look at the nature of the document and look at the internal workings of NSSF to know whether they are protected documents. I can't really know at this point. But if indeed they were issued under the Access to Information Act, that is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Terms of reference number 2, 6.2, to examine the extent of stakeholder engagement at the fund. Under this term of reference, stakeholders, under this term of reference, different stakeholder and their relationship at the fund are examined. UBRA, the annual inspections. UBRA is established under Section 2 of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act 2011, under which the functions are stipulated to regulate and supervise pension funds, license the fund, and conduct site inspections as per Section 5 of the Act. UBRA is expected to conduct an annual review and renew the license of the board members upon satisfaction that the members meet the fit, proper criteria. The board members at NSSF have running licenses that enable them to execute their fiduciary duties as provided under Section 46 of the UBRA Act 2011 to manage and oversee the operations of the retirement benefit scheme and also provide for the proper investment of the scheme funds, and also to appoint service providers to the scheme and to ensure that they perform their functions. Honorable members, for the interest of time, allow me to go straight to page 37. PPDA relationship with the fund's managing director. Basically, we are showing what we have skipped is how they do the fit and proper criteria tests, and the rest how they operate with NSSF. 2, PPDA relationship with the fund's management regarding procurement audits. The Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority carries out the procurement and disposal audit of the NSSF fund on the procurement systems, procurement processes, asset disposal processes, and the procurement performance indicators in accordance with the functions stipulated under Section 7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Act 2003 as amended, and Regulations 2014, which include a duty to advise, inspect, monitor, and report performance, approved deviation from bidding standards, among others. Honorable members, page 39. PPDA, the authority conducted periodic audit periodic audit procurements and disposal audits as indicated below. A, NSSF audit report for the financial year 2018-19, dated 15th September 2020, NSSF audit report financial year 2017-2018, dated 20th September 2018, NSSF audit report for the financial year 2016-17, dated 30th October 2017, NSSF audit report financial year 2015-16, dated 14th October 2016, NSSF audit report financial year 2014-15, dated 9th March 2016. Findings arising from the audit reports. The committee observed the following as the root causes of non-compliance in the audit that was carried out in the financial year 2016-2017. I, payment of VAT on air tickets, visa charges, and per diem to a contract. Whereas air tickets, visa charges, and per diem do not attract VAT in the procurement of an Oracle database appliance worth 611,652,751 Uganda shillings, the contractor CBL Limited charged VAT on these items. 2, irregular payment of VAT in the procurement of construction of the police guard booths for the undeveloped land in Nsimbe worth 34,556,300, whereas the contractor Mose Technical Specialist Limited was not registered for VAT. The entity paid VAT worth 5,milion,271,300 against invoice number 001 dated 22nd November 2017 and invoice number 006 dated 2nd January 2018, leading to financial loss worth 5,271,300. 3, preparation of shortlists PPD at NSSF that did not promote fairness. Whereas the entity had several pre-qualified providers, few of the providers were constantly invited while others were invited outside the pre-qualification list as indicated below. In the procurement of gift sets for the regional employers meeting worth 63,897,118 shillings, only 2, Excel Brand and This and That, often invited, of the 20 pre-qualified providers were invited along 3 other unpre-qualified bidders. In the procurement of the rehabilitation of the water distribution pipe system at the workers' house, worth 408,056,803 shillings, Ugandan shillings, by Maintenance Group Limited, Challenger, Doka Investment, Wang Group, Elmark, Shine Plus, Ram Engineers, Vector Uganda, and Ball Constructions were pre-qualified with the entity, but of the pre-qualified 9, only 1, Ram Engineers, was invited along with 7 other unpre-qualified bidders. In the procurement of CCTV cameras for Social Security House and Workers' House worth 164,848,360 shillings, 13 providers were pre-qualified, but only 2 of these were shortlisted along with 4 other providers that were not pre-qualified. The committee also observed a number of key non-compliance exceptional issues were noted, and they included the following: inadequate solicitation documents, evidenced by specification, by brand, and conflicting contractual terms issued to the bidders in 4 procurements worth 755,606,924, which could lead to failure of bidders to prepare and submit responsive bids. Inadequate technical specifications by user departments, evidenced by inadequate terms of reference, leading to low bidder participation in 2 procurements worth 16,429,924 shillings, which could lead to bidders failing to submit responsive bids as per the requirements. C, execution on contracts outside the contract period, evidenced by suppliers making deliveries after contract or local purchase orders periods have expired. In 3 procurements worth 523,592,924 shillings, which could result in poor contract implementation and delay in service delivery. Irregularities in the evaluation of bids in the 4 procurements worth 1.3 billion, evidenced by alteration of evaluation criteria, mostly at the evaluation stage, which could result in contract award of non-compliant bidders and compromises the benefits of maximum competition. And lastly, delayed evaluation of bids in 2 procurements worth 657,902,924 shillings, which affects efficiency and service delivery. Lastly, Chief Government Valuer, the Office of the Chief Government Valuer does not have a principal legislation under which it's established. They derive their mandate from various acts of parliament granting them statutory functions, which include, among others, conducting valuation for the sale and purchase of government properties. During the committee hearings, the committee was informed that the chief government valuer who testified and presented documentation as proof that his office had conducted property evaluations on behalf of NSSF. I'll go straight to C because it has the Nachigalala land. Valuation of land comprising plot 7, Busiro block 372, Nachigalala, plot 3, Busiro block 366, Kansiri, and plots 2 and block 10 and 10, Busiro block 374, Nachigalala, Wakiso. On page 43, the chief government valuer conducted valuation on the land the NSF wanted to purchase, the Nachigala land belonging to Madvani, and all the land had no encumbrances. Observation: property 1 and 3 above have the same registration instrument number 001626226, which is suspect to fraud. If you can go to 1 and 3 in the table above, this is irregular and impossible actually. So much as the chief government valuer stated that this land had no encumbrances, we have reason to suspect fraud. When you look at the instrument number in the 3rd column, 001622626, and go to 3, 001622626, that is suspect to fraud. Honorable members, for the interest of time, allow me to go to page 46. Examine corporate governance structures at the NSSF fund. Actually, go to page 47. In Uganda, corporate governance has been defined under Regulation 3 of the Capital Markets Corporate Governance Guidelines to mean the process and structure used to direct and manage business affairs of the company towards enhancing prosperity and corporate accounting, with the ultimate objective of protecting and promoting shareholders' rights and realizing shareholders' long-term value while taking into account the interests of the stakeholders. Therefore, corporate governance can be easily understood to mean framework of policies and guidelines that inform a company's conduct, decision-making, and practice. Honorable members, page 53, we are now looking at corporate governance in the NSSF and incidences where we believe there could be issues of corporate governance. political undue influence and pressure in the budgeting process. Information has been adduced to the committee. Information that has been adduced to the committee indicates that political undue influence was manifested during the budgeting process. Section 29(1) of the NSF Act obligates the board in each financial year to make and submit to the minister for approval the estimates of its income, its capital recurrent and other expenditures likely to be incurred by the board for the next ensuing year. Furthermore, Section 29(2) empowers the minister to approve supplementary estimates to provide for unforeseen or urgently required expenditures on matters not provided in the estimates, or necessary additional expenditures on matters provided for in the estimates. In accordance with Section 29(3) of the NSSF Act, the minister is required upon receipt of the annual budget to approve or disapprove the budget with such amendments as she may deem necessary. From the import of Section 29, the committee observes that the role of the board is to budget while that budget is approved by the minister in undertaking their respective mandates. Corporate governance principles require the minister and the board to be independent of each other in carrying out their mandates. However, information available to the committee indicates that this is not the case, since the minister interferes in the budgeting process of the board. For instance, the former managing director, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, intimated to the committee that he was put on undue pressure by the Honorable Betty Omongi Ongom, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, to include 6 billion.
She's called Betty Amongi.
Betty Amongi Ongom. By Honorable Betty Omongi Ongom, Amongi Ongom, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, to include 6 billion in the budget for the financial year 2022-2023. During the budgeting process, we noted that when the budget was sent to the minister for approval as required in Section 29(2) of the NSSF Act, the minister approved it with a rider to the chairman of the board of directors to include 6 billion for the activities stated in the budget rider by the minister, to include the following priorities. A, undertake monitoring and oversight of the key activities of the fund, diaspora mobilization to facilitate their voluntary savings under the fund, media engagements and benchmarking for skill development. B, development and deployment of an online application system for tracking non-compliance of employers and lodging online complaints by employees, contributions to the fund. C, strengthening inspection and compliance of the implementation of the NSSF Fund Act by employers in respect to the contribution through peer-to-peer enforcement and technical support to the employees on standardization of contracts for workers and incorporation of NSSF contributions. Lastly, enhancing partnerships and collaborations through stakeholder engagements. These stakeholders include, but not limited to, Parliament, Federation of Employers Association, Private Sector Foundation, and labor unions, among others. The committee further notes that the minister's letter dated 7th December 2022 addressed.
Chair, have you just said the Parliament was one of the beneficiaries of the 6 billion?
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the minister's justification for requesting the 6 billion was to engage Parliament, among others.
That one I can put a disclaimer: no money is coming to Parliament. Nobody was going to be engaged in the Parliament. No MP was going to get the money. My MPs are very clean.
The committee further notes that in the minister's letter dated 7th December 2022 addressed to the board chairman, wherein it was stated that the 6 billion was lawful, but the managing director refused to provide for it until his contract expired. In the said letter, the minister stated, and it is attached, Mr. Chairman, the law provides for activities that should be implemented by the minister. How then will the minister execute those duties if the MD is not willing to support the Ministry of Labor? Where the minister appears to suggest that she did not request for the funds for her ministry, the NSSF board, because this was contentious during our meetings, the minister kept saying she did not want this money to go to the Ministry of Gender. So we requested the board to clarify where this money was going.
wherein the minister suggests to appear she did not request for the funds for her ministry. The NSSF board, in a letter dated 10th February 2023, addressed to the chairperson of the select committee, confirmed that the minister requested for the funds in question for utilization by her ministry. The letter further indicates that the board did not approve the budget because the activities to back up the request were not provided. The committee further confirmed that the 6 billion was going to fund the activities of the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development in the minutes of the meeting held on 14th July 2022 in the boardroom of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Luckily enough, the honorable one of the ministers who was present is here. Planning and Social Development, when it was discussed, minute 3, when Honorable Matia Kasaija, who chaired the meeting, cautioned the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to desist from requesting for funding from the fund for line ministry activities. Further, in minute 5, the chairperson of the NSSF board requested the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to appeal to the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to reconsider the proposed budget without reallocation of 6 billion, since it would be hard to account for it. The Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, while appearing before the committee on 2nd February 2023, informed the committee that he disagreed in principle the idea of the fund giving money to the Ministry of Gender to run its activities. Furthermore, the committee received a collaborative testimony from Mr. Hassan Mudiba, a board member of NSSF, who testified that while in a meeting at the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija vehemently opposed the idea of Ministry of Gender receiving the funding from NSSF, thus causing a heated exchange and the meeting ending prematurely. The Minister of Finance further sought an opinion, Honorable Matia Kasaija, from UBRA, the regulatory body, which in a letter dated 5th July 2022, guided that all the monies in the fund belong to its members and should only be used for activities that are directly related to the management of funds in the interest of the savers. The committee observes that the conduct of the minister in directing the board to provide funding for activities of her ministry, as indicated above, and the subsequent political pressure exerted on Mr. Richard Byarugaba when he refused to provide the said funding, not only contravenes the best principles of corporate governance, but also amounts to undue influence on the decision-making process of the board by the minister. The committee notes that whereas the minister is empowered to approve the budget with or without amendment, the request of 6 billion interfered with the discretion of the board in the budget process and amounts to abuse of office by the said minister, since the ministry's activities she sought to be funded by the board or to have been funded from the funds appropriated to the ministry. The acts of the minister in this case are illegal and appear to contravene section 4.3 of the NSF Act, which obligates the board to ensure that there is secure, profitable and effective financial management of the fund for the benefit of the workers in particular and the country at large. The transfer of funds from NSF to the Ministry of Gender to undertake ministry's activities is illegal, since it is not guided by law, highly risky, and does not benefit the savers. It represents wastage of savers' funds, erodes the beneficial value. The activities of the Minister of Gender are financed through appropriation under the Public Finance Management Act, and therefore the minister should explain the matters for which such funding was required, which are not funded through appropriation. The minister abused her office within the meaning of the law. Abuse of office is a criminal offense under section 11(1) of the Anti-Corruption Act 2009, which provides a person who, being employed in a public body or a company in which government has shares, does or directs to be done an arbitrary act prejudicial to the interests of his or her employer or of any other person in abuse of the authority of his or her office, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 7 years or a fine not exceeding 168 currency points or both. It was held in Uganda versus Honorable Engineer Abraham Byandala and others. It was held in Uganda versus Engineer Abraham Byandala and others, High Court Corruption Division, Session Case 12 of 2015, that the prosecution is required to provide the following elements against each accused on a charge of abuse of office. 1, employment in a public body or a company in which government has shares. 2, willfully doing or directing an arbitrary act to be done in abuse of his or authority. Lastly, which is the most important, the arbitrary act must be prejudicial to the interests of his or her employer. What is arbitrary includes such misconduct as negligence, breach of duty, unreasonable conduct, illegal conduct, and breach of rules, guidelines, and accepted practices. It was defined in Uganda versus at Gonza. Civil suit 37 of 2010, Uganda versus Kazinda, anti-corruption division, civil suit 139 of 2012, as an action decision or a rule not seemingly to be based on reason, system, or plan, and at times seems unfair or breaks the law. On the other hand, willful was defined in Uganda versus Hudson Jackson, Andura and Ongol Michael, High Court Anti-Corruption Division, criminal session case number 0054 of 2012, as deliberately doing something which is wrong, knowing it has to be wrong, or with reckless indifference as to whether it is wrong or not. The action of the minister in directing 6 billion to be availed to her ministry amounts to abuse of office, since the minister being the supervisor of NSSF without any law empowering her to do so, and knowing that the ministry activities are financed through appropriation, did an act which is prejudicial to the servers and the just administration of the NSSF. The committee also finds the actions of the minister to be arbitrary and an abuse of the duty under the NSSF Act, thereby bringing her conduct within the ambit of the prohibitions under Section 11 of the Anti-Corruption Act on abuse of office. The committee was also tongue-tied and speechless as to how the Minister of Gender Ongom came up with a budget totaling 6 billion, which neither a work plan nor a distribution mechanism of the said money amongst the strategic activities she had proposed. So she gave the board a budget of 6 billion and activities, but no one knows how it was going to be divided amongst those activities. Undue influence during investments. Section 30 of the NSSF Act empowers the board to invest any funds of NSSF which are not required to be applied for the immediate purposes of the fund to be invested in such investments as may be determined by the board in consultation with the Minister of Finance. Section 30 of the NSSF Act grants discretion to the board to determine investments to be made. In exercise of its mandate, the board complies with the investment policy framework constituting the NSSF Act, the UBRA investment policy guidelines, and the internal investment policy of NSSF. The investment policy of NSSF provides a guiding framework for investments by the board with the overall objective of creating value for the members by generating competitive returns that provide benefits to the members in accordance with the law. The committee observes that during the investment decision-making process, the board comes under undue influence and pressure from members of the board themselves and other individuals with influence. The undue influence and pressure has led to the board to invest in projects on an ad hoc basis without complying with the investment framework, resulting into loss of the savers' funds or with little or no returns to the fund. The committee highlights that some of the instances where undue influences has been manifested, proposed investment in the Grain Council, Uganda. The minister, in her letter dated 7th December 2022, addressed the chairman of the board of directors of NSSF, stated on page 8. Estimated overall cost of the fund approximates 40 billion for capitalization of the program. The operational funds would initially come from the revolving lines of funding and later from retained earnings. If we can allocate 15 billion for the staff welfare and 220 billion for operations, $1 million for construction of court as corporate social responsibility, why are we dragging on the contribution of only 20 billion, which is a strategic investment proposed by a senior government official? Is there now firm commitment from the MD? I need his answer. The committee was informed that the 40 billion was earmarked for the Grain Council of Uganda project. The committee was made aware that the Grain Council project was not planned for by the board, and instead the board was solicited to invest in the project without the NSSF management conducting any feasibility studies on the project. The committee found out that the Grain Council of Uganda, to which NSSF board was resolute to invest 40 billion, was a not-for-profit organization. One wonders if due diligence was carried out by the board before deciding to invest in the project. The only information available is that they are supporting the government transformation agenda. The committee observes that the actions of the Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty Ongom, in directing the board to invest 40 billion in the Grain Council of Uganda is ultra-vires to the mandate of the minister and the NSSF Act, since the investment decisions are a preserve of the Minister of Finance under Section 30 of the NSSF Act. Therefore, the actions of the minister tantamount to abuse of office. The committee observes that the nature and category of investment was not clear and its subsequent benefits to the savers, and NSSF could not ascertain by the committee, thereby rendering the above decision a breach of the fiduciary duty imposed on the board under Section 4.3 of the NSSF Act. B, land purchases by the fund. The committee notes that land is one of the avenues through which NSSF can invest. The initial investments in land, the processes and the costs show undue influence on the fund. For instance, the committee notes that the board has a detailed policy on land acquisition, but in some cases it has acted contrary to the detailed policy on the land acquisition. It has acted contrary to the policy. The investment as and when they receive unsolicited offers from vendors, commission agents, and any members of society who can approach the board or any member of the board, including board members themselves. The committee was informed of the following transactions: proposed purchase of land in Mbale and Mbuya. The committee was informed that one of the board members, Honorable Sam Riomoki, had approached the chief investment officer, Mr. Gerard Kasato, with a view of influencing the board to purchase the land located in Mbale and Mbuya, belonging to the said board member and his friend respectively. According to the letter dated 14th March 2022, authored by the Chief Investment Officer, addressed to the Chairman, Board Special Task Force Committee, the Chief Investment Officer raised a complaint against Honorable Sam Riomoki, stating that Honorable Riomoki had asked him for a meeting on 26 January 2022 at COF2 headquarters in Tinda. He further stated that during the meeting, Honorable Riomoki blackmailed by alleging that the Chief Investment Officer and the MD were being paid commissions on projects. He requested that they should cooperate with him in selling the 2 pieces of land to the fund. Otherwise, he would not recommend them for renewal of their contracts to the board. Honorable Dr. Sam Riomoki was the chairperson of the SACA committee, which was in charge of vetting and nominating members. The committee finds that the conduct of Honorable Riomoki in soliciting the purchase of his land, and yet is a sitting member of the board, conflict of interest, and further gives credence to the allegations that the investment decision of the board are influenced by personal considerations to the expense of the overall objectives of the fund. As articulated in Section 4.3 of the NSSF Act, the conduct of Honorable Sam Riomoki contravenes the principle of corporate governance, especially the principle on accountability, which obligates the entities to account for and explain every action and decision taken, and are obliged to take ownership of the risks involved as means of building trust between the businesses and its stakeholders. Purchase of land, of Nachigarala land. Solicitation also manifests in the purchase of the Nachigarala land by the board, wherein in letters dated 26 February 2019 and 6 March 2019, addressed to the Managing Director of NSSF, Madvani Group offered land for acquisition by NSSF as they deemed it suitable for development into a satellite city to decongest Kampala. Following this solicitation, the MD of NSSF presented a proposal to buy the land at Nachigarala as offered by Madvani Group to the Management Investment Committee at its meeting held on 17th April 2019, which decided to carry out a detailed due diligence. The NSSF Management Investment Committee again sat on 25th September 2019 and approved 2 private valuers to conduct a legal and physical due diligence process alongside the chief government value. The above set of affairs begs the question as to how Madvani Group could have obtained information about the need for by NSSF to build a satellite city to decongest Kampala. The committee surmises that the information could have been leaked by an insider to Madvani, who then wrote a solicitation letter to the board. The solicitation of NSSF purchase of land implies that NSSF does not have a plan for its strategic land purchases, and this explains why the fund has vast chunks of idle land in all parts of Uganda without coherent plan for their development. The reliance on vendor solicitation coupled with lack of a clear plan on land acquisition has resulted into the tie down of vast sums of money in idle land, which does not give returns to the savers. The solicitation also gives avenue for unscrupulous Ugandans a chance to defraud the fund by selling their land at values which are beyond the market value of such land or land over which multiple or competing interests exist, thereby subjecting the fund to protracted and costly litigation at the expense of the saved. The above examples therefore illustrate the board cannot, due to influence peddling from within and without the board, make independent, prudent, and justifiable investment decisions based on the sound economic considerations that take into account the need for savers, and the current future demands of the fund. 63, nomination of representatives of employees and employers to the board. There were issues where by the petitioner where he claimed that some people were on the board illegally and they nominated themselves. COF2 appointments to the board. The committee learned from a letter dated 30th July 2021 to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki had nominated himself and Ms. Penina Kamwesiga as official representatives of COF2 to the NSSF board, and on allegations that they were COF2 executive board and SEC meetings held on 26th and 27th July respectively. During the course of carrying out investigations, the committee learned of petitions addressed to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development dated 30th August 2021 and 3rd September 2021, and subsequently to the Minister of Gender dated 15th February 2022, in which Mr. Robert Keno, the General Secretary of Uganda Scientists, Researchers and Allied Workers Union, informing the two ministers that COF2 had never appointed Honorable Sam Nyomoki and Ms. Penina Kamwesiga and requested that their appointments be revoked. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development relied on the same recommendation to appoint Honorable Sam Nyomoki. Honorable Sam Nyomoki was the Secretary General of this union. So now he is the one who writes to the minister submitting the nomination. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development relied on the same recommendation from COF2 Secretary General to appoint Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki and Ms. Penina Kamwesiga to the NSSF board representing COF2 in letters dated 30th August 2021. Mr. Robert Keno, who is a SEC member, and a member of COF2, further informed the committee that the meeting Dr. Sam Nyomoki refers to above on 26th and 27th July 2021 never took place. During the select committee hearings, the Honorable Minister of Finance stated in acknowledgement of receipt of the petition he received after he had already effected the appointments of Honorable Sam Nyomoki and Ms. Penina Kamwesiga, and that the aggrieved parties were entitled to seek legal redress in the courts of law.
Chair, when you're saying the Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development, tell us specifically who, because we've had a number of ministers.
During the select committee hearings, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaiji, stated in acknowledgement of receipt of the petition that he had received after he had already effected the appointments of Honorable Sam Nyomoki and Ms. Penina Kamwesiga, and that the aggrieved parties were entitled to seek legal redress in courts of law. The Treasurer General of COF2, Mr. Joseph Mbabazi, while appearing before the committee, stated that whereas the constitution of COF2 is silent on the representation of the NSSF board, the same constitution grants the powers to the Central Executive Council to determine all issues which the Constitution is silent on. He also testified
Madam Speaker, you have been emphasizing the issue of reading the report. The procedural issue I raised relates to the question you have put to the chairperson to name the minister. And the chair is naming the minister. Now, in the report here, there is no Matia Kasaija. On the floor.
What is on the report is the Minister of Finance, and I wanted him to lift the veil and know who is that minister. Who is that Minister of Finance? Because you may be looking at Musasizi when it is not him.
Yes.
So I wanted him to mention the name.
No,
He's just lifting the veil. Just no problem.
Madam Speaker, you are right. That you see the danger it has, and I think this goes to all reports. The specificity is very important.
Yes.
And,
Next time you need to be specific. Minister of Finance, so and so. No, it's a very good observation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But in this particular case, there's only one minister.
Pardon?
In this particular case, there's only one minister, Right Honorable Speaker.
But in the particular case of Uganda, we have 4 ministers of finance.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The Treasurer General of COF2, Mr. Joseph Mbabazi, while appearing before the committee, stated that whereas the Constitution of COF2 is silent on the representation to the NSSF board, the same Constitution grants the power to the Central Executive Council to determine all issues which the Constitution is silent on. He also testified that there were no elections conducted by the Central Executive Council to nominate the representatives.
Honorable members, stay around to listen to the report. You all have savers in your constituencies. And I'm going to tell all the savers, if you don't see your members in the house, come back and listen to the savers report.
Upon verification, the committee established that Article 13(6)(k) of the Constitution of COF2 provides that the council shall specifically carry out functions, determine any matter to which the Constitution is silent, and to make interpretation of the Constitution to the affiliates, members, and any other interested parties. The committee observes that in the case of Municipal Corporation Jabapur versus OM Prakesh Dubey, Civil Appeal number 506/07 of 2006, India, court distinguished between irregular and illegal appointment, that where the appointment is in total disregard of the constitutional or legal framework, it is illegal. Where there is partial compliance with the legal framework, it is irregular. The committee further observes that the appointments of both Honorable Yomoki and Ms. Peninat Kamwesiga were illegal, void ab initio, and illegitimate, since they did not qualify to be on the board, having recommended themselves for appointment to the minister responsible for finance in disregard of the Constitution of COF2, Article 13(6)(k), wherein the Central Executive Committee, as the highest organ of COF2, has the sole mandate to determine and interpret to all stakeholders all issues which the Constitution is silent on. This issue of selecting or nominating of a representative of the board of NSF would have been determined by the SEC of COF2. There is no evidence that the COF2 SEC nominated Honorable Sam Yomoki and Ms. Peninat Kamwesiga to the NSSF board as mandated by their constitution. There was also an issue as to if they were illegally nominated, does it affect all the decisions that were taken by the board during that time? In a summary, they do not, because this would be similar to Parliament. If a member of Parliament was found to be illegally, or to have come to Parliament illegally, maybe because of academic qualifications, it would not affect all the decisions Parliament could have taken during that time. Yes. The committee observes The committee observes that whereas Honorable Samuel Yomoki informed, the committee observes that whereas Honorable Dr. Samuel Yomoki.
Members, can you listen to the chair?
I'm now on page 66.
Honorable Byanyima.
Page 66, the committee observed that whereas Honorable Dr. Samuel Yomoki informed the committee that the nominations of both him and Ms. Peninat Kamwesga did take place in a SEC meeting held on 27th July 2021 by hybrid on Zoom and in a boardroom at COF2 offices in Tinda, where 31 members were purportedly in attendance, the following inconsistencies were identified. No evidence of invitation for the Zoom meeting, that is the Zoom link for the meeting, was tendered before the committee. Collaborative evidence indicates inconsistencies when the committee requested witnesses of COF2 while appearing before it to state where and when the meeting for the nomination of the members of the board was held. So when Honorable Samuel Yomoki and the whole of COF2 appeared before the committee, they appeared with a large team. So we selected a few and gave them pieces of paper and isolated them. And then we asked them to each write on that piece of paper the date, the place, and who was nominated. Mrs. Beatrice Achiro stated she heard that the meeting took place at COF2 offices in Tinda, but could not remember when, since she did not attend. Did not know how many people expressed interest except for Mr. Nelson Wafana, who doesn't appear anywhere, who also called and sought for her support. The information above contradicts the tendered minutes of 27th July that Honorable Yomoki tendered in of the people who were in presence on Zoom, wherein she appears to have attended, because in those minutes she was among the people who attended, but on the piece of paper she says she was not there, where she appears to have attended the said meeting, and similarly in the same minutes there is no mention of Mr. Nelson Wafana, who she claims to have shown interest. Ms. Grace Loyo stated that she did not know when the meeting was held and stated that only Ms. Penina Kamwesiga and Mr. Nelson Wafana expressed interest. The information above again contradicts Ms. Grace Loyo's statement, because in the minutes of 27th July, which Dr. Samuel Yomoki submitted, she was reported to have made a presentation in her capacity as Deputy Secretary General. But in this particular case, she says she did not know when and how the meeting took place. Mr. Wafana Nelson was never mentioned in the minutes as one of the persons that expressed interest in the position. The above inconsistencies creates doubts as to whether the meeting that led to the nomination of Honorable Dr. Samuel Yomoki and Ms. Peninat Kamwesga really took place. This renders the nomination of the COF2 members on NSSF board irregular. Dual conflicting functions of some members on the board. During the conflicting functions of some members of the board, dual and conflicting functions of some members of the board, during interactions with stakeholders, it was found that the permanent secretary to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development was a member of the board of both the supervising body, UBRA, and at the same time NSSF. The committee found this contrary to the best corporate governance practices, since the member was serving on a regulatory body, which at the same time serving on the same entities being regulated by the regulatory body. The committee observes that one of the functions of UBRA is to, among others, approve investment policy documents, which are developed by retirement schemes like NSSF. On the other hand, Section 30 of the NSSF Act grants the board powers to invest excess funds not required for immediate use. The committee notes while on the board, on one hand, the permanent secretaries of Ministry of Gender and Finance are part of the board or members of NSSF, which is regulated by UBRA. They also sit on the UBRA board as required in Section 8A and B of the UBRA Act 2011 to monitor the implementation of the UBRA Act, which act applies to NSSF. This puts the permanent secretaries referred to above in a situation whereby they cannot freely perform their functions and mandate under both acts, since the duties imposed under those acts are in conflict with each other. This situation is called regulatory capture phenomenon, which arises in a situation where the regulator ends up doing the bidding of the very industries that have intrinsic duty to regulate. The committee is therefore concerned that the dual function of the permanent secretary is referred to above, a breeding ground for conflict of interest, abdication for their fiduciary duties, and may affect the due implementation of the UBRA Act due to their vested interest in NSSF. Relatedly, the committee found that other situations where the best corporate governance principles have not been followed, a case in point is where the board members of NSSF are nominated or seconded to sit on controlling boards or decision-making body of an entity which NSSF has invested. The committee found that Mr. Richard Byarugaba, the then managing director of NSSF, was seconded to the board of Uganda Clays, the investee company of NSSF. We noted that Mr. Richard Byarugaba sat on the audit committee of Uganda Clays Limited at the time NSSF extended a loan of 11 billion in 2010. This loan has accrued this loan was unsecured, was an unsecured loan and has not for the past 10 years been repaid or secured. And on this particular matter, Mr. Richard Byarugaba was on NSSF, was on the Uganda Clays Audit Committee, and Uganda Clays was not making profit for those past 2 years. So he was aware of the financial status of Uganda Clays, but however, accepted for the fund to extend a loan of 11 billion. So this is the conflict of interest we are talking about. You have to serve interests here and interests the other side. This set of affairs puts the member of the board in a conflicted situation where on one part, he has to make decisions for the good of the fund while on the same time be a member of the decision-making body of an investee of NSSF, reporting to the same board where he serves. This is a breeding ground for possible conflict of interest, influence peddling, and breach of fiduciary duty, which among others requires the duty bearer to care for, be loyal to, act in good faith, bear confidentiality, and act prudently to both NSSF board and the investee company. This is not practically possible. Supervision of affairs of the board by the minister. The NSSF Act provides for dual supervision of the board by the minister responsible for labor and the minister responsible for finance. The minister responsible for labor supervises the overall functions of the board, while the minister responsible for finance only deals with investment decisions of the board as provided in section 30 of the NSSF Act. The committee observes that in performance of their functions, of their individual mandates, the ministers are independent of each other and usually do not consult each other. A case in point is where the minister responsible for labor, while approving the budget of the board, an additional 6 billion to be provided to the Minister of Gender to undertake certain activities related to the fund. In exercising these powers, the minister responsible for labor acted alone. And when the committee interacted with the minister responsible for finance, he indicated that he had disagreed with the minister in charge of labor on the matter of 6 billion. The committee notes that the exclusive exercise of functions of each minister as provided in the Act does not guarantee the achievement of the principles of corporate governance, specifically the principle of accountability, since the other minister is prevented from questioning the excesses of the other where such excesses exist. The committee further notes instances where the supervisory functions of both the ministers overlap, the decision-making function of the board may be delayed, since in such a situation, the approval of both ministers must be sought and had this, for instance, arises during the budget approval process by the minister responsible for labor, which if the budget contains investment in a specified asset class, the investment component of the budget has to first be approved by the minister responsible for finance before the minister responsible for labor approves the entire budget of the board. In such circumstances, decision-making delays negatively affecting the fund, the achievement of its overall objectives, and is also a fertile breeding ground for conflicts between the two ministers, yet the law does not contain provisions for resolutions of such conflicts when they arise. Honorable members, on page 71, conduct of board members. The exclusive powers of the functions of each minister under the Act can further be observed in taking disciplinary action against errant board members of the board. As already noted, the overall supervisor of the board is the minister responsible for labor. The function is performed to the exclusion of the minister responsible for finance. The committee was informed of the misconduct of one of the members of the board, Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki, who, according to the letters from the chairman of the board of directors dated 23rd December 2022 and 10th January 2023, where the chairperson complains about the general conduct of Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki as a member of the board. The chairperson of board of NSF intimated to the committee that he had written several times the Minister of Gender to take action against Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki in accordance to Section 3.3 of the NSF Act, which empowers the minister responsible for labor to remove a member of the board on various grounds, including the misbehavior and misconduct. The committee notes that the conduct of members of the board is guided by the board charter, which among others obliges members conduct themselves in a manner that displays specific characteristics, including the integrity, accountability, informed judgment, specific characteristics including integrity and accountability, informed judgment, financial literacy, maturity, and confidence and business judgment, among others. The complaints against Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki were raised by the chairperson of NSF board include breach of fiduciary duty, wherein he requested for payment of 1 billion without legal justification. He's denigrating the board in public. He's threatening the chief investment officer with the view of obtaining financial inclusion. This is, he explained as cuts, commissions. Financial inclusion, influencing the board to purchase land located in Balembuya, allegedly belonging to Honorable Nyomoki and his friend respectively. He further underwent investigations by a select committee of the board, but cut the story short, on page 73, when we asked the minister why she had not taken action, the Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty Ongom, yes, even that one is her name, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, informed the committee that she had received several petitions against the misconduct of Honorable Nyomoki, but insisted, that whereas she had the powers to remove the board members under the NSSF Act as amended, she considered it prudent not to interfere with appointments made by her colleague, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, under the old NSSF Act before amendment. Observations of the committee observes that in spite of the minister being aware of the conduct of Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki from various letters written to her for her action, the minister refused or neglected to bring the member to book by exercising her discretion to remove Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki from the office as she is empowered in Section 3.3 of the NSSF Act. The committee is concerned about the reputational damage suffered by the board arising from the conduct of Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki, and is of the considered opinion that the allegations should have been investigated and appropriate action taken against the member. 6.3, conflict of interest. Conflict of interest are situations in which individuals have interests that significantly threaten their roles and responsibilities, or would do so. For a typical person having their role, Michael Davis, this reference made from Michael Davis, Andrew Stark, 2001. The committee noted various incidents where conflict of interest was manifested. During the interaction with the management of NSSF, it was found that the head of business department, Mr. Geoffrey Weiss Wasaja B, was supervising various workers of blood relationship, namely A, Sarah Saja B, a sister; B, Joel Muganza, a brother-in-law; C, Amanda Cheng, a niece; D, Ian Lumonya, a nephew. The committee observes that whereas it is possible to have one's relatives in the same organization on merit, the committee observes that whereas it's possible to have one's relatives in the same organization on merit, in this particular case, paragraph 3.22 of the NSSF Human Resource Manual requires that where persons are employed in the same department, the head of department ensures that there is no direct reporting or supervisor to the subordinate relationship between the related employees. The manual further prohibits related employees from deployment within the chain of command. Where one relative may influence the other relative's work, responsibilities, salaries, career progression, benefits, or other terms and conditions of employment. Therefore, the committee finds the actions of Mr. Geoffrey Waiswa Sajabi, Head of Business Department, in contravention of Section 322 of the NSSF Human Resource Policy Manual. The deployment of those officers in the business department, which is headed by a person they share close blood relations with, is irregular and should be dealt with in accordance with the Human Resource Policy Manual. His conduct further contravenes Section 13 of the Anti-Corruption Act, which creates for offenses of nepotism, which occurs where a person being a holder of an office does any act in contention with the office for the purpose of doing favors to any person on the basis of blood relations between that person and other persons and the other persons. In addition, the committee noted the case where Dr. Sam Nyomoki, a board member representing COF2 on the board of NSF, was in the same time requisitioning for funds from NSF management for COF2 activities in the capacity of the Secretary General for the following activities: enhancing awareness and training of financial literacy, B, leveraging on technology, 2, 3, mobilizing and engaging stakeholders, 4, enhancing corporate social responsibility or investment. The above is contained in a letter dated 14th December 2022 from the board member, COF2 Secretary General, addressed to the acting managing director of NSSF. In the same letter, the COF2 Secretary General goes ahead to remind the acting managing director, this is Mr. Ayota, of the 400 million budgeted and approved for the pillar of financial literacy, of which 100 million had been dispersed and already utilized in Q1 of 2022-2023. For the interest of time, page 76, his prayers in that letter included: release Uganda shillings 300 million outstanding on the pillar of financial literacy. 2, proposal to allocate 600 million to the financial year, for the remaining 3 years, 3 pillars, of leveraging technology, mobilizing and engaging stakeholder and corporate social responsibility and or investment. Note that the above funds were never accounted for, as accountability had never been a requirement from NSSF. One wonders how a board member of NSF would enforce accountability of any other monies dispersed by the fund in a situation where he himself is required of none. It should be noted that the amount of the funds allocated to COF2 in the same amounts. So it should be noted that the amount of funds allocated to COF2 are the same amounts allocated to NOTU. We further see COF2 Secretary General and board member recommending Mr. Ayota to staff and Corporate Affairs Committee for
Yes, Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this report is 150 pages. He's on page 76, halfway the report. We have gotten the feel of the report. It is my humble submission and prayer that we go to the recommendations.
Honorable members, I am going to leave you with this report. You read throughout the night. You come and debate this report when you're all very sober. So the aspect of going to recommendations is okay. The aspect of going for recommendations is okay because we'll debate it tomorrow. Yes, procedure, another procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I know you have ruled on the matter, but for me, this is an investigation report. This consumption is not only for us who are here. Even people out there are glued on the TVs to listen. They want to know what were the findings and observations. So I would really plead that let us be patient whether we reach what time. Let this information be, let the chair, and the chairman is doing very well. And the chairman is doing very well.
Chair, can you continue? Chair, continue.
Right Honorable, should I continue the recommendations or?
You go ahead.
It should be noted, I'm still on page 76.
Honorable Kwang, you people, we are in the house. Listen to the report.
It should be noted that the amount of funds allocated to COF2 are the same amounts that are allocated to NOTU. We further see COF2 Secretary General, board member, recommending Mr. Ayota to the Staff and Corporate Affairs Committee, SACA, for appointments as MD on contract, pointing to a possible syndicate. Because immediately after Mr. Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki recommended Honorable Ayota for reappointment, Mr. Ayota signed an MOU, giving the COF2 union more money.
How much money was given to COF2 union?
Right, Honorable, these people, to avoid seeking the Attorney General's guidance on the matter, they left it blank. But when you look at their budget, it was a budget of 800 million.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've listened to the chair and he's making references to so many documents that have also been laid here. And I've, through the offices available in this house, asked to peruse through the documents which I laid on the table. I have found that the chair is proceeding on a report which is premised on documents that are not certified. You could request, if you choose to see if you're in agreement with me. Now the procedural issue is whether, if we are proceeding well, to entertain that report, when earlier on the chair indicated that they rejected documents submitted by one called Matua Richard because attempts they made to verify the source could not yield results and the documents were not certified. The documents laid on the table there are not certified by any authority.
Honorable Augustly, I can see how you are trying to interrupt the report. The report, the documents have just been laid on table. Your assertion is erroneous. You've not looked at the documents. Which one have you looked? Which one do you have? Can I receive the report? And that's what you'll bring in the debate. Don't divert us. Don't divert us. I don't want machineries in this house. Can you go ahead?
6.212 NSSF contribution to board members. Information available to the committee indicates that the members of the NSSF board have been receiving 10% contribution from NSSF.
Can I have order in the house?
Information available to the committee indicates that the members of the NSSF board have been receiving 10% contribution from the NSSF in addition to the contribution received on behalf of the members of the board from their respective representative bodies, totaling to 20% now. The committee is aware that Section 7, 1 and 2 of the NSSF Act imposes an obligation on every eligible employer to register as a member of the fund and to make regular contributions for his or her employees to the fund in accordance with the NSSF Act. Section 11(1) of the NSSF Act requires every contributing employer to pay to the fund within 15 days, next following the last day of the month for which the relevant wages are paid. But for the interest of time, in examining the matter, the committee is guided by the provisions of the Employment Act and the NSSF Act. Section 3 of the NSSF Act provides that NSSF is governed by a stakeholder board of directors appointed by the minister responsible for gender and consisting of the chairperson, permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for labor, permanent secretary for the ministry responsible for finance, 4 representatives of employees nominated by the Federation of Labor Unions, 2 representatives of employers nominated by the Federation of Employers, and the managing director who shall be an ex-officio member without a right to vote. Apart from the managing director, who is an employee of NSSF, the rest are members appointed by the minister to the board and are not employees of NSSF. Indeed, employees of NSSF are those individuals appointed by the board pursuant to section 42 of the NSSF Act, which provides that the board may subject to such directions that the minister may give in that behalf, appoint on such terms and conditions and as it may think fit for such officers, inspectors, and employees as may be deemed necessary for the determination of the fund. In conclusion, therefore, the contribution by the NSSF for members of the board is illegal since there exists no employee-employer relationship between the members of the board and NSSF to warrant such contribution. The committee also notes that such contributions are provided as it befits a member, as it benefits a member of the board is entitled to under the board charter. Making such contributions is illegal. The total contributions will be indicated at the back. It's around 612 million that NSSF has illegally been giving board members as 10% contribution. Corporate social investment of 1.8 billion. The committee noted abuse of power, influence peddling, and circumvention of processes, information hoarding, and solicitation of investments during the budget process. We noted that when the issue of 1.8 billion corporate social investment unexplained and unitized in the budget came up, none had an explanation. The former MD, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, later shared with the committee from his phone the itemization of the 1.8 billion to include 400 million for each of the Apex unions, not to uncouth to, 250 million for the minister responsible for labor, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, 250 million for the chairman of the board of directors, 500 million to be shared among the remaining members of the board. The committee was concerned as to how the 1.8 billion found itself in the budget, and yet no one could explain how it came to be included in the budget. Further probe by the committee revealed that the 1.8 billion itemized above was sent to Mr. Richard Byarugaba, phone as a WhatsApp message, because we took their phones, Mr. Richard Byarugaba and the CFO's phones, to CID Chibuli for imaging, and we verified that indeed they were sharing messages on how to allocate this money and how they had been given instructions from the board, who vehemently denied any knowledge of the 1.8 billion for corporate social investment. Mr. Stephen Mwanje's phone and Mr. Richard Byarugaba phone were handed over to CID. We processed a court order and these phones were imaged, and we shall report. When Mr. Stevens Mwanje was taken to police to make a statement regarding the above matter, he confessed having actually sent the screenshot of the breakdown of the 1.8 billion to Mr. Richard Byarugaba mobile phone. Mr. Stephen Mwanje further informed the committee that the managing director told him that he was under a lot of pressure from his bosses and thus they needed to include the figure. A section of the board members who appeared before the committee agreed to have passed the budget, but vehemently denied knowledge of the purpose for the money. Mr. Hassan Mudiba, a board member, informed the committee that if we have time, we can play the audios. If we don't have, we can proceed.
You play it.
Play audio in the house.
I was with Silva Mujisha in Ibarara. Then Byarugaba joined us. We are standing, not even seated after break. Then he wrote this one. He said, "This one is for you. This one is for you." Then I said, "Under which framework?"
And what was
now this is the one who was soliciting me. Again, is coming here telling the committee that we are putting pressure on him. And on that day, he wanted to renew his contract.
Okay. While at Mburara Hotel in Mbarara, I was with Mr. Silva Mujisha, another board member. Then Mr. Byarugaba joined us. We were standing and not even seated. He rolled his phone and said, "This one is for you, this one is for you." He was telling them now how they are going to share, according to the board member. Now, this is the one who was soliciting me, and again is coming here telling the committee that we are the ones putting pressure on him, yet on that day he wanted to renew his contract. The committee observed that whereas several witnesses kept denying having knowledge of the participated or passed the budget of the 1.8, was actually passed by the board in NSSF budget for the financial year 2022-2023 under other operating costs. Below is the extract from the budget they passed for this financial year we are in. Extract from the NSSF budget for the financial year 2022-2023, funding the strategy on the budget item, 1.8 billion is shown below. Several, the fund has planned joint activities with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, labor unions, Federation of Uganda Employers, private sector, and members of parliament representing workers, 1.8 billion. The committee further observes that whereas the NSSF board has powers the committee further observes that whereas the NSSF board has powers.
Honorable members, let the chair continue.
The committee further observes that whereas the NSSF board has powers to generate the budget under section 39 for the approval by the minister, the same must conform to the spirit and scope of section 4.3 of the NSSF Act, which provides for the functions of the board. The 1.8 billion allocation contravenes section 4 in that it is not secure, not profitable, and not an effective financial management for the fund for the benefits of the workers in particular and the country at large. The diversion of 1.8 billion from its intended purpose as indicated in the budget to the personal aggrandizement in form of donations by board members, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the chairman of the board and the unions, Koftu and Notu, is not only a breach of the fiduciary duty imposed under section 4.3 of the NSSF Act, but also punishable conduct under the Anti-Corruption Act, specifically the offenses of embezzlement, causing financial loss, and abuse of office. Organizational restructuring, the committee noted that the fund was implementing a restructuring exercise. We noted that the fund hired services of Deloitte Uganda Limited, which was contracted for the provisions of consultant services for the organization redesign. The contract was signed on 17th May 2021. The fund's restructuring exercise led to the demotion and promotion of some staff. For the interest of time, page 82, which is the last term of reference. Evaluation, to evaluate the status and safety of the savers' money in the fund. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, investments of savers' money at the National Social Security Fund are guided by the fund's investment policy goal, which is to generate returns at an appropriate level of risk to provide members and beneficiaries with benefits as required by the law. The NSSF statement of investment policies and goals, the committee was informed by the NSSF management that the fund invests savers' money in 3 major asset classes, namely fixed income, equity, and real estate. The classes are there. A is fixed income portfolio, B is equity portfolio, C is real estate portfolio. In summary, the total fund asset performance, the total fund assets under the management fell from 17.4 trillion at the end of the third quarter 2022 to UGX 17.3 trillion at the end of the fourth quarter of 2022. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the safety and security of savers' money at the fund is of paramount importance to their welfare and that of their immediate families, both now and in the future, and all the efforts must be taken by key stakeholders to ensure that the investment decisions taken at policy and management levels guarantee return on investments. Notwithstanding returns on investment from the aforementioned asset classes, the select committee noted with concern the following case scenarios where savers' money was lost. 1, compensation of Ms. Geraldine Sally, the former Deputy Managing Director of NSF, of 1 billion as opposed to 200 million awarded by court. Honorable members, if you can allow, I can summarize these without going deep. Right, Honorable? Okay. In 2016, Ms. Geraldine Sally Busurwa, former Deputy Managing Director of NSF, filed various cases against the NSF and Mr. Patrick Biabaka Kaverenge. Those cases are there. The background of these cases is that in 2014, Ms. Geraldine Sally was reappointed Deputy Managing Director of NSSF by the Minister responsible for finance. She took maternity leave from work. On her return, was directed to go back on forced leave by Mr. Byabakama Kaberenge, the chairman of the board of directors. Ms. Geraldine Salibusura rejected the directive to go on forced leave on grounds that she did not need it because she had just returned from maternity leave. Having rejected the leave offer, the chairman of the board wrote a letter suspending her from her job, allegedly on grounds of lack of respect for her superiors. This suspension came on 14th March 2016. But in a nutshell, after her suspension, she took them to court. Court declared that the decision when Gerard Salibusura averred the decision to say that the decision to send her on forced leave was illegal, unlawful and arbitrary and oppressive, and was outside the powers and competences of Mr. Byabakama Kaberenge. However, the board members refused to reinstate her, so she went back to court seeking an injunction, which they didn't follow, and court awarded her costs of 200 million. Now, NSSF appealed those costs. But now, surprisingly, 6 years after the decision, now on page 87, after NSSF went and appealed not to pay her the 200 million, 6 years after the decision in the case number 116, and 5 years from the decision of the board and its meeting on 24th November 2022, resolved amicably now to settle the cases. The board could have paid 200 million, but now they have allowed, just to summarize, now to give her 1 billion plus costs of the lawyers. And this is being done in a non-disclosure agreement with the fund to give Ms. Geraldine Salibusura. I'm just summarizing. The committee has examined the matter surrounding the proposal to pay 1 billion to Ms. Geraldine Salibusura, and the committees of the considered opinion that the proposal is not based on any legal justification. The committee is aware that the entitlement of Ms. Geraldine Salibusura was only 200 million, and interest accruing from the delay in the paying of the deemed sum, on the decreed sum. The other entitlement was in terms of costs arising from the various suits which court had awarded to her. Taking the award of 200 million, the interest on the sum of 6% per annum, and the delay in paying the sum by the board since the liability arose on 31st May 2016, a period of 6 years, the amount due to Ms. Geraldine Sali should be 272, including the interest, as at end of 2022, and not 752 million proposed by the board or 1 billion that was agreed by the parties. The committee is aware that the court had rejected the request of Ms. Geraldine Salibusura to be awarded 1 billion in general damages, and the agreement between the board and Ms. Geraldine Busura therefore reversed the decision of court in the matter and awarded Ms. Geraldine Salibusura an amount that was not legally permissible, since it misapplied the determination of court. The agreement to award Ms. Geraldine Salibusura 1 billion is an abuse of the discretion of the board, unjustified, and contradicts the award of court in the court case number 116 of 2016. This cannot be left to stand, since it is tainted with illegality and with occasion loss to the savers. The committee is also concerned that the proposal to enter into a non-disclosure agreement between NSSF and Ms. Geraldine Salibusura further shows that the parties knew that this agreement was illegal and sought to keep it outside the public scrutiny. By its nature, a non-disclosure agreement is intended to protect from disclosure a matter subject to the agreement. Non-disclosure agreement between NSSF and Ms. Geraldine Sali is therefore contrary to the provisions of the Access to Information Act and Constitution relating to the access of information. Honorable members, for the interest of time, page 90, exit packages of resigned board members. Now allow me to summarize this. Honorable members, upon the amendment, the new amendment of the NSSF Act, it created for gender balance and consideration of people with disability. However, at that time, there was already an existing board. Now, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty Among Yongom, in the several meetings they had, agreed to dissolve, wanted to dissolve the entire board. But this could, the amendment could not work retrospective because these members were already there. Now, what they did, they had several meetings and they agreed an exit package for 2 board members to resign and get an exit package to create space for 2 ladies to come on board. I am coming to the package. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as some of you may recall that Parliament passed the National Social Security Fund Amendment Act 2022, among which were the powers granted to the Minister responsible for Labour under Section 3 to appoint members of the NSSF board. However, we wish to draw the attention of this House that the current board, which is the 12th board, was appointed by the Minister responsible for Finance at that time under the old Act, and the appointment letters of the members are attached. On page 91, the committee was informed of an emergency consultative meeting held on 17th January 2022, convened by the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Among Yongom, at Simbamayo House, in which the board members and the Attorney General and officials from KOFTU and NOTU attended. The Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development guided that the 12th board of directors of the NSF needed to be urgently reconstituted, as it did not specifically address to gender equity concerns as provided under Articles 21, 1 and 33(4) of the Objective 6 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy, and called for consensus on which members needed to relinquish their position so as to ensure the gender parity of the board. During the said meetings, discussions primarily centered on the criteria to follow in guiding which constituent representatives would have to relinquish their positions to pave way for gender parity on the board. At its 5th extraordinary meeting, the Board of Directors held on Friday, 21st January 2022 at Kampala Serena, board members were advised that the only option available were to either have the current board disbanded and reconstitute a new one, or to allow the current board to continue operations on the conditions that the board members will, from amongst themselves, volunteer 2 positions to be filled with females to enable the reconstitution of the conformity with the law. During the same meeting, the board members were advised that the minister was not agreeable to the possibility of letting the current board run its full term to expiry, of which the new board would be appointed in compliance with the applicable criteria. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development informed the committee that upon protracted debate without consensus, the Attorney General, Honorable Chiriwa Churanuka, advised the minister to dissolve the board and any consequences would be settled in court. We interacted with one of the board members, who was Mr. Bahemuka. In short, Mr. Bahemuka stated that whereas he tendered his resignation after they agreed, Mr. Bahemuka tendered his resignation, he neither did the Minister of Gender, the board chairman, nor the managing director NSF ever acknowledge receipt of this resignation. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, at this point, the board members had run out of ideas to who would relinquish the position, because the board member we met with, Mr. Bahemuka, told us it was a very juicy position. So it was hard for them to actually leave it. In a letter dated 21st January, board minute 1 of 2022, the board chairman, Mr. Chimbo Peter, addressed to the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Yongom, communicated the following recommendations of the board in the extraordinary meeting held on the same day: that then a member required to leave the board to enable its reconstitution to be compensated with the amounts that would otherwise have been due to them for the rest of their board term, pursuant to the board appointment letters issued on 31st August. That the affected board members be compensated in cash lieu of board positions on the fund investee board, because some of them are on different boards, so they are saying compensate them also for the other boards. Investee board, since it is not possible to guarantee board placements on the boards of the funds investee companies. And lastly, the payments above would be made to the affected board members upon receipt of the related communication confirming their recall. In response to the board chairman, the letter, the Minister of Gender, Labour, Honorable Betty Among Yongom, indicated no objection with the principle of compensating retiring members in accordance with the fund's existing policy, legal framework, and practices. The committee was informed upon computation of the exit packages. Both Mr. Fred K. Bamwesije, I think is the CEO of Uganda, of the CAA, Civil Aviation, Mr. Julius Bahemuka were to each be compensated a gross total of 311,708,880 shillings. However, Mr. Bahemuka, while appearing before the committee on Thursday, 10th February 2023, testified, so a total of this is around 620 something. However, while appearing before the committee on Thursday, 10th February 2023, he testified that and confirmed that NSSF having credited his bank account number 1100217676 held in Housing Finance Bank Limited, Kololo branch, 175,118,964 shillings on 23rd February 2020, as opposed to the 311. The committee was informed by the financial accountant at NSSF, Mr. Paya Sayebare, that crediting Mr. Bahemuka's bank account with 175 instead of 311 was due to statutory deductions such as pay and NSSF. The committee observes that the emergency consultative meeting convened by the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Ongom on 17th January 2020, Simbayo House, to discuss reconstitution of the 12th board did not have clear guidelines, procedures, and processes on determination of which board members needed to resign so as to reconstitute the board to take into consideration gender aspects. The committee further observes that in reaching the decision, the committee is aware that Section 3(4) of the NSSF Act empowers a member to resign from the board by giving notice of not less than 1 month in writing addressed to the minister. This same right is recognized under paragraph 5 of the board charter. The committee has examined the act and the board charter and has found no provision entitling a resigning member of the board from being granted any benefits for exercising his or her right to resign. Resignation is voluntary and is exercised pursuant to the inherent freedom of an employee to contract. Once the members of the board decided to resign, they were free to terminate their contracts in accordance with Section 3(4) of the NSSF Act. The resignation did not give them any benefits whatsoever, including compensation, because they did not suffer any wrong, which is being atoned for by compensation. The grant of compensation now on page 96. The grant of compensation to the resigning board members of the board is therefore illegal and unjustifiable, and it represents wastage of funds by the NSF in contravention of the Section 4 of the NSF Act. Honorable members, for the interest of time, I'll go to smart cards. Projects written on, sorry. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in 2010, 97. Projects written off. In 2010, the NSSF fund embarked on a number of projects, including the smart card of UGX 2.6 billion, Arua investment property. All these projects were written off. The smart card system.
There's a procedure matter.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise on a procedure issue relating to the significance of this report and the time we have so far been seated here. We've been here, Right Honourable Speaker, for the last 4 hours. And there is now a lot of pressure on the chairperson to skip important pages to try and catch up with time. Right Honourable Speaker, the public is watching these deliberations. Each time names are mentioned, there is a lot of note-taking, both here and there, because of the consequences. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right to have a 10 minutes break? A 10 minutes break to allow the chairperson to breathe and also to allow the members to breathe. Wouldn't it be procedurally right?
Honorable members, can we just receive a summary of the recommendations? And then we'll sleep over this report. Tomorrow we'll get an abstract, a summary of major findings in relation to the terms of reference and then the recommendations. And that is what will form our debate. So that even if you don't go and read, the chairman will still remind you tomorrow on what was discussed today. So can we just get a summary? Can we get a summary?
Right, Honorable Speaker, all the recommendations are derived from the observations, but if it's the members' wishes and under your guidance, allow me to go straight to the recommendations. We have 27 recommendations. Page 139. Honorable members and Right Honorable Speaker. Recommendations. The following agreements and memoranda executed between the NSSF and the various entities and individuals without the approval of the Attorney General as required in Article 119 of the Constitution are null and void and should immediately be terminated. A. Memorandum of Understanding. Memorandum of Understanding between NSSF and COF2. B. Memorandum of Understanding between the NSSF and Ms. Geraldine Busurwa under the NSF, under which NSF agreed to pay Ms. Geraldine Busurwa 1 billion. 2. In order to incorporate best corporate practices in the management, the decision making, and processes of the board of NSSF, the minister should therefore appoint, before appointing representatives nominated by employers and employees, ensure that the persons nominated to the board were nominated by a body which is mandated to take such decisions in the nominating entity. B. Entities representing the NSSF board should not be contracted by the NSSF to provide services for or on behalf of NSSF in order to avert conflict of interest that arises from such allocations. C. Funds provided by the board of NSSF to any persons should be accounted for within 90 days of being dispersed. 3. The committee recommends that Parliament should streamline the dual supervision of the fund. It's global practice to see pension funds as financial institutions and consequently investment vehicles and not labor institutions, as was envisaged during the amendments of the NSSF Act. We strongly recommend that NSSF Act before amendment, that the NSSF Act be amended, to give full supervision of the fund. With the Minister of Finance, we further recommend that the appointment of the Managing Director and Deputy Managing Director should be vested in the Minister responsible for Finance. However, the Minister responsible for Labor will remain the sole responsibility for appointing the board members for checks and balances. 4. The committee notes that the write-off of 2.3 billion invested in West Nile Golf Club is unreasonable since the board has not taken all reasonable steps to recover it and is therefore in breach of a fiduciary duty imposed by the board, imposed on the board by Section 4.3 of the NSSF Act. The committee therefore recommends that the board should take necessary steps to protect savers' interests in the West Nile Golf Course projects, Arua, with immediate effect. The committee finds no justification for the continued holding of the land title over which Workers' House is established by Tumusime Kabega and company advocates, and therefore recommends that NSSF takes legal action to recover the land title from Alcon and to Musime Kabega and company advocates with immediate effect. The committee recommends that for immediate investigations by the IGG with the possibility of prosecution, the following officers involved in conceptualization and executing the casual transaction that led to the loss of 2.3 billion invested in the West Nile Golf Club, including Mr. Leonard Mpuma, the then MD, Mr. Onegi Obel, the then chairman of the board of directors, board members, namely Mr. Eguya Asemo Fiona Lucy, Mr. George Baitera Maiteki, Mr. David Nkojo, Mr. Alfonso Oja, Andira, Mr. Lelmoy Otong Ongaba. Other members of the board include Alozias Semanda M, Rosemary N. Senabulia, Mr. Francis Tumihirwe, Mr. Martin Bandevide, Board Secretary Honzo Bakoru, the then minister responsible for supervision of the fund, for the possibility of offenses of loss of public property, abuse of office, and causing financial loss contrary to Section 10, 11, and 20 of the Anti-Corruption Act 2009, respectively. The actions of the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, in directing 6 billion to be availed to her ministry amounts to the abuse of office, since the minister, being the supervisor of NSF without any law empowering her to do so, and knowing that the ministry activities are financed through appropriation, did an act which is prejudicial to the savers' funds and the just administration of the NSSF. The actions of the minister are arbitrary and an abuse of office of the duty under the NSSF Act, thereby bringing her conduct within the ambit of the prohibition under Section 11 of the Anti-Corruption Act on abuse of office. The committee therefore recommends that the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, resigns in public interest with immediate effect. We further recommend that the President should take keen interest in the minister's conduct above. Whereas the committee appreciates number 8, whereas the committee appreciates Mr. Richard Byarugaba and the entire management of NSSF for their effort in growing the fund from 1.7 trillion in 2010 to 17.3 trillion as at end of fourth quarter 2022, the committee notes their involvement in the initiation of the 1.8 billion concealed under corporate social responsibility stroke investment, 250 million for the board chairman, 250 million for the minister responsible for labor, 500 million for the board members, 800 million for the unions, where they justified before the committee that they did it because of pressure from the board members to make donations as an investment for stakeholders. The committee notes that their justification of succumbing to pressure to commit an illegality is no defense in criminal liability. The committee therefore recommends that the NSSF management that participated in the initiation of this 1.8 billion budget for donations, much as they did not participate in the final approval, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, the Deputy Managing Director, Mr. Patrick Ayota, the CFO, Mr. Stevens Mwanje, Head of Marketing and Corporate Affairs, Ms. Barbara Arimi Teddy, should step aside with immediate effect for investigations by the Office of the IGG for the offenses of abuse of office, corruption, conspiracy to commit a felony with a view of immediate prosecution. The committee notes that the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. H. Stevens Mwanje, failed in his responsibility of ensuring that he obtains accountability for the monies dispersed to COF2 and NOTU amounting to 806,525,000 between January 2018 and December 2022. The committee further notes that Mr. Mwanje was employed in October 2017 in the position of CFO without being a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, contrary to Section 34(2) of the Accountants Act 2013, which provides that all heads of accounts, finance, and internal audit in public and private sector entities with public interest shall be members of the Institute in accordance with the regulations made under this Act. The committee therefore notes that the employment of Mr. Stevens Mwanje as CFO at NSSF in 2017 without being a member of the Institute of the Certified public accountants to date was irregular, illegal, ab initio, contravening the Accountants Act 2013, the committee recommends that the board forthwith terminates his employment with NSSF. In addition, Section 35 of the Accountants Act 2013 provides for the offense of practicing without a certificate. Section 35(1) states that a person shall not practice accounts in Uganda without a certificate of practice issued under Section 28 or Section 29 of the Accountants Act. Similarly, Section 35(2) states a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is on conviction liable to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years and 10 months or both. The committee recommends that the office of the DPP prosecutes Mr. Stevens H. Mwanje for the offense of practicing without a certificate. The committee notes that the two COF2 representatives on NSSF board, Honorable Dr. Samuel Moki and Ms. Penina Kamwesigwa, were illegally nominated for appointment by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to the NSSF board. The committee recommends that the minister responsible for labor should write to COF2 to recall and legitimately nominate 2 members for appointment in accordance to their constitution. The committee notes that the actions of Geoffrey Waisa Sajabi, head of business department, for accepting the deployment of his
Honorable members, let's listen. Ekanya, you've just come and you're making noise.
The committee notes that the actions of Mr. Geoffrey Waisa Sajabi, head of business department, for accepting the deployment of his relatives in the same department he heads were in contravention of Section 322 of the NSSF Human Resource Policy Manual, and also contravene Section 13 of the Anti-Corruption Act, which creates for the offense of nepotism, which occurs where a person being a holder of an office does any act in connection with the office for that purpose of doing favors to any person on the basis of the blood relations between that person and another person. The committee further observes that Mr. Sajabi was appointed head of business at NSSF when he did not have the required qualification of a master's degree, therefore rendering his appointment was illegal and ab initio. The committee recommends that the NSSF board terminates the employment of Mr. Geoffrey Sajabi with immediate effect. The committee further recommends the IGG investigates all departments at NSSF to establish if there are similar incidents of nepotism. 12, the committee notes that the 2 former board members, Mr. Julius Bahemuka and Mr. Fred Bamwesige, upon resignation were paid a total sum of 624 million by the NSSF board. Resignation is voluntary and is exercised pursuant of the inherent freedom of an employee to contract. Once the members of the board decided to voluntarily resign, the resignation did not give them any benefits whatsoever, including compensation, because they did not suffer any wrong, which is being atoned for by compensation. It should be noted that under the Contracts Act 2010, the compensation is only available if a party rescinds a contract under Section 63 or any other circumstances arise that lead to breach of contract. Since there is no breach of contract on the part of NSSF or the minister, and the members of the board decided to resign on their own volition, they were not entitled to compensation. The grant of compensation to the resigning members of the board is therefore illegal and justifiable. It represents wastage of funds by NSSF in contravention of Section 4 of the NSSF Act. The committee therefore recommends that the board members, to wit, Dr. Peter Chimbowa, Mr. Patrick Ochailap, Mr. Agre Chibenge, Ms. Penina Tukamwesigwa, Dr. Samuel Moki, Mr. Julius Bahemuka, Mr. Hassan Rabai Mudiba, Mr. Fred Keba Mwesige, and Dr. Engineer Silva, who participated in the conceptualization and approval of the said payments, should collectively refund the monies to the Savers Fund within 7 working days from the date of adoption of this report. Failure to refund, they should face prosecution by the office of the DPP for causing financial loss to the fund. The committee recommends that the Auditor General should conduct a value for money audit on the following projects: Lubowa Housing Project, the NSSF Pension Towers, Yusuf Lule Land, and Temangalo Land that were undertaken by NSSF. The committee recommends that the following unions, COF2 and NOTU, should refund the 806 million they illegally received from NSSF, specifically Church of Violet, who withdrew 461,526,000 from account number 01003954 23, account number was withheld for security reasons of the bank. On behalf of NOTU, Honorable Dr. Sam Nyomoki, who withdrew 295 million from account number 0100462773. On behalf of COF2, the banks begged us not to disclose them. However, the statements are among the attachments. But for the interest of the report, on behalf of COF2 and A1 Joseph Mbabazi, who withdrew 50 million from the same account on 2nd September 2020, on behalf of COF2 within 7 days from the date of adoption, of this report, they should refund this money within 7 days from the date of adoption of this report or first prosecution by the office of the DPP. The committee further cautions the board to desist from effecting any further disbursement to unions contrary to section 4(3) of the NSSF Act, which gives them the mandate to ensure that there is a secure, profitable, and effective financial management of the fund for the benefit of the workers. 15, the committee notes that the board expenses grew by 90% and the director's expenses grew by 51% between 2021 and 2022, while research and library expenses grew by 107% between 2020 and 2021. UGX 33.3 billion bonus pay. Honorable members, you will read when you get time. The staff of NSF were given a bonus in 2 financial years. The first financial year, they gave them a bonus of 16 billion. The second financial year, they were given a bonus of 17 billion, which is totaling to this 13 billion. 33 billion, sorry. The 33 billion bonus pay to staff for the financial years 2020 and 2021 and 2021-2022, 200 million for 85 staff, 14 building in Dubai. The committee recommends that the board should be cognizant of their core responsibility, which is to ensure secure and profitable and effective financial management for the benefit of the workers while appropriating funds for operational costs in the NSSF budget, and therefore desist from such unnecessary expenditure which will occasion loss to the savers fund. The committee notes that the financial year 2022-2023, the board resolved in its meeting held on Tuesday, 20th September, to adopt an audit training of 4 workers, representatives on the board, to enhance their audit skills in Arusha, of which the budget of this session was obtained from the unallocated funds. Now, you will read, when you go to safety of savers money, there is an account in NSSF called suspense account. Now, this account as of end of June last year had 57 billion. Now, if there is any way money is leaving NSSF, it's leaving NSSF through this account, the suspense account. And the previous case of the NSSF staff that was prosecuted, Soka, who forged IDs of people and withdrew 150 million. Now, the board is further also getting money from this account, you can see, to help to facilitate members of the board who are going for training. And when they remove this money, they do what they call creative accounting. They can account for it because you cannot say in a financial year 27 billion on this account has been cleared. The money on this account is money of people who have not been identified. And accounts have not been reconciled. And for that to happen, these people must go to NSSF to actually open these accounts, to declare. So the committee finds this an irregular diversion of funds from the suspense account, which as at 30th June 2022 had 57 billion. The committee recommends that the Auditor General carries out a forensic audit on all transactions on the suspense account for the past 5 years and report back to Parliament within 60
Honorable
days.
members, listen.
Within 60 days from adoption of this report. We couldn't do a forensic audit, and for us to establish the names who have been withdrawing this money, it would take us almost a year. The committee notes that the NSSF internal audit report for the financial year ended 2015 featured a stock of penalties amounting to 31 billion. And that arose from non-compliance in remittances of NSSF contributions to the fund. You will see when you're reading there were several companies that had penalties. When you don't remit this money, including banks, imagine a bank like Housing Finance, when you read the safety of savers money, they didn't remit this 10% contribution. So they had penalties. Housing Finance had about 1.5 billion. UCD, a government parastatal, had about 1 billion. But all this was written off by Mr. Richard Byarugaba, who wrote off all the above penalties, whereas Section 14.2 of the NSSF Act gives the managing director the authority to do so. The committee recommends an amendment of the Act to provide for parameters within which the discretion can be exercised in waiving penalties to avoid abuse of authority for personal gain. 18, the committee notes that it was erroneous for NSSF to extend an unsecured loan of 11 billion to Uganda Clays Limited in 2010 without conducting a due diligence on its creditworthiness, which accrued interest of 13.26 billion, totaling to 24.221 billion now. The committee further notes that the principal and interest was mysteriously capped at 20.592 billion in 2016, because it's supposed to continue generating interest for the SAVE. But in this case, they capped it. We don't know why. For the saver, the board is therefore putting the saver's money at risk because Uganda Clays Limited to date has only paid only 221 million of the 24.221 billion. As of 2023, of the 24.221 billion, and to date, there is no security for the above loan. The committee recommends that the current management should take all necessary legal action with immediate effect to have the loan secured and paid. The committee notes that UBRA carried out only 3 site inspections of NSSF since their establishment in 2011, with their latest being 2020, whereas the UBRA Act does not mandate them to conduct annual site inspections of NSSF. As a regulator, the committee recommends UBRA carries out annual site inspections to ensure compliance. 20, the committee notes that the board members have been illegally receiving NSSF contributions of 10% because there exists no employer relationship between the board members and NSSF to warrant such contributions. The committee further notes that such contributions are not provided as a benefit, are not provided as a benefit of a member of the board is entitled to under the board charter, making such contributions illegal. The members who have been receiving the 10%, see the table below: Bayemka Julius, 37 million, Bamwesi Fred, 80 million, Birunji Annette, 10 million, Lemoki Sam, 17 million, Mugola Isaac, 43 million, Mudiba Hassan, 15 million, Mujisha Silva, 16 million, Mugole Stephen, 32 million, Nakawunde Annette, 5 million, Namata Florence Mwanje, 71 million, Obita Andrew Stewart, 22 million, Kamwesi Gapeni na 23, at Kamwesi Gapeni na 82 million, Wafana Nelson Makwasi, 23 million, Walusi Mbisara Chibuka, 39 million, Weriche Peter Christopher, 37 million, Chayonka Ivan Wambuzi, 11 million, Okelo Musa, 13 million, Kunihira Agnes, 12 million, Bijiro Richard, 15 million, Mukasa Mwami, 13 million, Ocheng Romano, 4 million, Apira Jole Chirabo, 3 million, and Kairita Christopher, 90,000, totaling to 610,770,513. The committee recommends that the above board members who have been receiving the money should refund it within 7 working days of first prosecution by the office of the DPP. The committee recommends that a lifestyle audit The committee recommends that a lifestyle audit be done. A lifestyle audit be done by the IGG on all the officers of the compliance department, because there are inconsistencies in the internal audit of companies that have been defaulting and the total contributions to NSSF compared to the payee. So the people who are paying pay in some companies have more contributions and more staff than what is going to NSSF. Yet these are the same company. So we are requesting the Auditor General to do a lifestyle audit on all the officers in the compliance department. The committee notes that there are various claims of ownership of the Lubowa land NSSF purchased in a letter by the former MD, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, to the then ISO Director General Kano Kaka Bajenda. He acknowledged NSSF having unauthenticated titles from Mitchell Courts Uganda Limited, and they were waiting for the true owner to compensate him. Yet they had already paid the other Mitchell Courts, and they're already undergoing investments of houses on this land. Titles, and they were waiting for the true owner to compensate him. Furthermore, the acting managing director, Mr. Patrick Ayota, informed the committee that there are actually various titles claiming the same land NSSF purchased. The committee recommend, and during our interactions with these stakeholders, we received several petitions from several people who have claims of this land, and we're already investing in houses on this land. The committee recommends that NSSF holds further investment on the Lubowa land and expedites the process of formalizing the true ownership of the above land. The committee recommends that the IGG should investigate with a view of prosecuting the officers, the former managing director, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, Mr. William Okabo, Mr. Daniel Batekereza, Mr. Joanita Asio, Mr. Chansemile Liko, and yes.
Did I give you some water?
And oh, sorry, it was put in the wrong way. Mr. Brian Tindimwebwa, involved in the conceptualization, procurement, and installation of the geomapping system, which caused financial loss of 748,861,114 shillings. The committee recommends the prosecution of all officers and NSSF board members involved in the creation and transaction of Victoria property developments for causing financial loss of $2.05 million and abuse of office contrary to sections 20 and 11 of the Anti-Corruption Act 2009. This Victoria, just a brief background when you read, is very interesting. NSSF carried out a joint venture to avoid litigation with PDL. It set up another company to avoid litigation called PDL. Now PDL entered a joint venture that was called Victoria Property with another company known as SBL. These were supposed to construct houses in Lubowa at $4.6 million. Now NSSF further extended a loan to Victoria Property through PDL, which was 99.09 NSSF and 0.01 the then MD Obel. Now the Solicitor General declared this joint venture illegal, so they canceled the whole transaction, and $1 million disappeared from the servers in that process. Now instead, it was 1 million, but because of the interest, it has gone to that 2.05 million interest that should have accrued. So you read it and try to understand it in the. The committee recommends that the IGG should conduct a lifestyle audit on the former managing director, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, the acting managing director, Mr. Ayota Patrick, the chief investment officer, Mr. Gerard Paul Kasato, the chief commercial officer, Mr. Geoffrey Sajabi, technology and enterprise solutions, Mr. Benon Katende, chief people and culture officer, Mr. Milton Owor, chief risk officer, Mr. Edward Senyonjo, head internal audit, Mr. Geoffrey Barige, head finance, Mr. Stephen Mwanje, head of marketing, head procurement, Mr. Gerard Mugabe, corporate affairs, Ms. Barbara Arimi, and report back to Parliament within 60 days of adoption of this report, because they are all part of management that has been approving all these projects you read that have caused financial loss. The committee recommends that NSSF should construct affordable accommodation for the savers to purchase and pay partially from their savings as opposed to the lower houses, which cost between 800 and 3 billion and are not only too expensive but could also cause loss to the fund in circumstances where they are not occupied, as is the case now, where out of the 300 completed units, only 3 properties have partially been paid for. 27, the committee recommends that the IGG should investigate all persons who are involved in the smart card project, customer self-service touchpad, which caused financial loss of 2.6 billion and 133.283458 respectively, with a view of prosecution. The smart card, what these officers did, they developed a concept of setting up a smart card where you would go to a bank and see your balance. But this was not practically possible. They further went and they gave a contractor, an Indian contractor. They traveled to India. They were just cards that had a name and a number. But it was not practically possible to go to a bank and just access your balance without a charge. So in actual sense, the saver was going to be charged every day he was seeing his balance. But it was also not practically possible because they had not done due diligence on how it was going to operate. They further went and brought machines they put in supermarkets for you to check your balance and you get points. Call them point of sale machines. But it was not possible. Who was going to give you these points to do shopping? Under whose expense? So this, after some time, they wrote off this project, causing financial loss. Actually, after a few months. The committee recommends these include A, Ms. Sarah Walusimbi, chairperson of the Board of Finance Committee, Ms. Agnes Kunihira, board member, Finance Committee, Mr. Richard Bijira, member of Board Finance Committee, Mr. Stevens Mwanje, head of sales and operations, Mr. Collins Babiru Kamu, head of information technology, Mr. Edgar Virunji, acting head marketing and communication, Mr. Moses Modu, customer service manager, Ms. Pauline Nagadia, functional specialist, Mr. Gerard Mugabe, head PDU, Mr. Gerard Kalinaki, legal counsel, Mr. Simon Kule, network administrator, Mr. Daniel Batekereza, contribution supervisor, Ms. Geraldine Sali, who was the deputy managing director of NSSF at that time. In conclusion, honorable members and right honorable speaker, the committee notes that the board has failed on several occasions, as seen in the report, to ensure that there's a secure, profitable, and effective financial management of the fund for the benefit of the workers in particular and the country at large, as stipulated in the section 4 of the NSSF Act, general functions and duties of the board. The committee therefore recommends that the 12th NSSF board be dissolved by the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi Ongom, with immediate effect, and a new board should be constituted. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I want to thank the chair and the members of the committee for a very, very comprehensive report, very elaborate report. It is both qualitative and quantitative, and that's what makes a report. We've had what is in the report. We are still going to read what is in the report. I want us to go. Betty, can you stop disorganizing? There is one chair in the house. Okay? You came late, you got us seated here. Keep quiet and listen. Honorable members, the issues of savers' money is a very important issue. All of you in one way or the other have savers in your constituencies. And you're here to legislate Listen, you are here to legislate for humanity, for people outside there who cannot come and speak for themselves here. I am going to leave you to sleep with this report, sleep over it, read it. Tomorrow the chair will come and make a recap and we debate on the report. I will also ask the minister to come and make a statement on the allegations that have been brought before on her. She will make a statement on what has been said, and she will do that tomorrow. The ministers. I have a minister of gender, minister of finance. I have my members of parliament. All of them will make statements tomorrow. Pardon? The members of parliament who have been mentioned in the report.
Right, Honorable, I am aware that there are some of our own colleagues who have been mentioned in this report. Maybe we would seek for your guidance. What should be the case to them? Should they make pass, right? Right, Honorable Speaker, please, can I be heard?
Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Would they be given opportunity to make personal statements in line with
where their names are mentioned?
Exactly.
A person like Rakajara cannot stand because his name is not mentioned. So we will want in line with what they have mentioned about them, honorable members, and we will debate, honorable members, we will debate this report with all the soberness, objectively, without having any bias, any business people around the house. Let's talk about the savers' money. Let's see how we save the savers' money. A wrong is a wrong. And we will not allow any machinery in this house. A wrong is a wrong. If there is something that we can do to help save us money, then we should do it. Let's do it as Parliament, 11th Parliament. You can either do it today or you will never do it. I now adjourn the house to 2 tomorrow.